Sanibona bafowethu namhlanje sibeka ngobufakazi buka Sergeant Mokhane uzokhona imibuzo abamele.
Yes, you're still under oath.
Yes, Sergeant lesale ka fase ga kano ya go bolela nnete ngere. Confirmed, my lord.
Yes.
As it please the court, my lord. My lord, it will be recalled that I requested my cross-examination on this witness to be stood down pending the evidence of Mr. Dupree.
Yeah.
However, having meticulously listened to the evidence of Mr. Dupree, I'm falling short of any question to this witness, my lord. It is therefore on those pages that I won't have any questions to this witness, my lord. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Manje ummeli uthi njengoba bekacele ukuthi ubufakazi buka Sergeant Mokhane bumiswe ukuze umnumzana uDupree azaqede ngobufakazi bakhe uthi manje ubona ukuthi emva kokuthi ezwelo kuyafakaza akanayo imibuzo angayihloma uSergeant Mokhane.
Mr. Meyiwa.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I have questions for this witness.
Yes. Sorry, just before you do that, Mr. Minister, you remember there was the alleged document which was supposed to be a secret report from Ms. Sergeant Mokhane. You still have you still have the right to cross-examine on that document if you want to. It's, by the way, that secret document is supposed to be exhibit.
It's exhibit W.
Yeah, the one which was prepared by the report which was prepared by the Sergeant Mokhane for the eyes of the court and the defense, but unfortunately, before that could happen, it was divulged to the accused.
As it please the court, my lord, I'm aware of the content
Yeah.
of that report. However, on the same vein, I don't have any questions.
Okay, you don't have.
Thank you, my
All
lord.
right.
Inkantolo yambuza ngale yancwadi lebekade bekwamele kube yenkantolo yodwa la ukuthi uSergeant uye wathi nani niye nathi naseniyibonile uthi ummeli yebo nangokho bengikade nginemibuzo kodwa okwamanje angisenayo imibuzo nangayo le yancwadi leya.
Yes, Mr. Numalo. Cross-examination regarding the two exigencies.
Yes, I don't have any cross-examination on his evidence and further on that document.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nobaba Nxumalo naye uthi akanayo imibuzo nangayo le yancwadi leyana.
And Mr. Meyiwa.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Good morning, Sergeant Mokhane.
Thobela Sergeant Mokhane. Good morning, sir.
Sergeant Mokhane, now we know that on the 18th June 2020, you traveled to Carltonville with accused number 2. Is that correct?
Resteretse ba gore ka di 18 ja June 2020 lenane le sepla le mo latofatsa wa bobedi le ya Carltonville ke nnete. Uyavuma uthi yebo njengoba sewusho ukuthi seniyazi ukuthi nge-18 zika June ngeke ngahamba nombangalelwa uyiqiniso lokho na uthi yebo iqiniso siya eCarltonville.
And we also know that you left Pretoria police station at 8:11. Is that correct?
Re a tseba gape le gore le sepetse police stationing ya Pretoria metsotso ye lesometere ka moraga iri ya seswai go jwalo. I do not recall what time did we leave Pretoria. However, on that particular day, we left from Pretoria. Manje uyashumela uthi siyazi nokuthi ngalelo langa sinihambe imizuzu beyishume nanye ngemva kwehora lesishagalombili ekseni uma sinisuka ePretoria. Uthi isikhathi angisasikhumbuli kodwa ke ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngalelo langa sisuke uhambo lwethu belisuka ePretoria.
And we also know that you arrived at Carltonville around 10:25. Is that correct?
Ra kwa gape le gore le fitlhe Carltonville metsotso e 25 ka moraga iri ya lesome go jwalo. I will also confirm that indeed we went to Carltonville. However, I do not recall the time. Manje sizwile nokuthi Carltonville nifike imizuzu mase seyishume nanhlanu ngemva kwehora leshume ekseni. Uthi ngingasho ngithi yebo kodwa isikhathi angisasikhumbula ukuthi besithini isikhathi masifika lapha eCarltonville.
Mr. Sergeant Mokhane, we also know that you remained in the Sibanye mine for at least up to 7 hours on that day.
Gape re kwele rape setse re tseba gore le dutse mola mo tulong ela ya Sibanye mo merafong ye leng gore lena le dutse nako e ka lekanang iri tse supileng. It could be almost those hours.
And we know,
sesizwile nokuthi nihleli lapha emayini isikhathi esingalingana namahora ayisikhombisa uthi ngaba khona lapho kulezo inkathi.
and we also know that on your return to Pretoria, your first stop was at Engine Garage at Murray Street. Is that correct?
Re kwela gape le gore go tlogeng from Pretoria. Did you say from Pretoria, my lord?
From Carltonville back to
Carltonville.
Pretoria.
Re kwela gape le gore go tloga Carltonville tulo ya mathomo mo le emeng gona e be le Engine Garage ya Murray Street go jwalo. I would not recall the name of the street, however, it was in Alberton. Sizwile futhi nokuthi manisuke Carltonville niye nama Engine Garage yase Murray Street uthi igama lomgwaqo ngeke ngilikhumbule kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi siyesama garage Alberton.
And we also know now that you remained at that Engine Garage from 1853 until the next morning.
Re a tseba gore gape le dutse gona mo garage ewe go tlogelleng nako ge be go shetse metsotso e šupa pele ga iri ya bošupa thapama go fitlhelleng tšatši le latelang. That is correct. Siyazi futhi nokuthi nina nifike laphayana egarage makusele imizuzu eyisikhombisa ngaphambi kwehora lesikhombisa futhi nina naba lapho kufikela ilanga elilandelayo uthi yebo iqiniso.
Can you remind the court that from that 1853 until midnight, what was happening?
Le ka go tsa khoro gore ka nana kwewe go tlogelleng metsotso e šupileng pele ga iri ya bošupa go fitlhelleng bošego gare go be go diragala eng. As I have testified to the court that we had a problem with our vehicle, njengoba bese sengichazile ukuthi imoto yethu yayikade isihlupha ngaleli yalanga uma sifika egarage. That's when we went into that garage, myself and the late Sergeant Mabena, kulasi yesangena lapho, mina no Mufi uSergeant Mabena, and the accused Bongani Ntanzi, no Mangalelwa uBongani Ntanzi. And I contacted my commander, informing my commander that we had a problem with our vehicle, and my commander is Brigadier Gininda, and we were going into the garage. Utige uyawashayela ucingo ku commander wakhe oku Brigadier uGininda, yazisa ukuthi bahlushwa imoto futhi bangena egarage.
Ume wila kaone re founele ekoleni Metropolis route e re shireletse re sa le gona mo.
And he informed me that it would be best if we call Ekurhuleni Metro Police so that they would give us backup whilst we are still at that particular place. Kula uye wangcebisa ke ubrigadier wathi kimi kungcono sishayele Ekurhuleni Metro Police ukuthi beze bazosixhasa njengoba sisase lapho egarage.
It's enough, you can hold it there. Sergeant, do you admit that this crucial evidence, this crucial piece of evidence, you never mention it in your evidence in chief?
Bare le a dumela gore botlhatsi bo eleng gore bo botlhokwa kudu lena ba senke la botlhalosha ge be le thoma ka botlhatsi ba lena kgorong.
Which evidence is that? The fact that he found Kininda?
No, the evidence that there was
Which one? Which evidence?
the evidence, my lord, that they stopped at that garage for the entire evening until midnight.
Yes,
Ba botlhatsi
Sergeant.
bona ba gore lena le yeme mo la garage bosigo ka moka ga senke le botlhaloshe ge be le fana ka botlhatsi le thoma.
Go tibetsa re ma bsho ka mo because sa le ra to a tsoba la gomang ma re fitle Pretoria ka bo 3:30 to 4. Ara lo bsho ka mo ke tlhalositse mathomo e lo be le nthe di tshebotse.
If you were listening to my evidence well, I did explain in my evidence in chief, and in actual fact, we did not stop there the whole night because we had arrived at Pretoria around 3 a.m. Uthike lobu fakazi lobu obuqayi kanjena wena awuzange uchaze la enkantolo ngalesikhathi ukhana ngobufakazi bakho mawuqala uthi uSergeant mayephendula kahle kahle asihlalanga laphayana ubusuku bonke thina siye saba laphayana ePretoria sifike ngabo 3 ntathakusa uma ingabe bongizwile umambe kuphana ngobufakazi bami ngiye ngachaza lento engiyisho namanje.
Sergeant, that is not correct. We know now, it's on record, that you actually left there on the 19th. It was after midnight. From 18:53 until midnight, you were still there.
Bare sele se bolela ga se nnete gape ba tseba gore lena le sepetse letšatši le latelang le fitlhile mola ka metsotso e šupileng ka pele ga iri ya bošupa gape la ba mola go fitlheleleng bošego gana.
E re midnight re na go ma di tlhalosetse gore midnight re ka ba nna ga fina go mang.
Can you please-
After 12 o'clock.
Can you please explain to me what time are you referring to when you are referring to midnight? Bara ka moraga iri ya leso ya masomepedi.
E le go bola botse le beletse AVL re tsamaela go mang le tla le go tsana go mang.
When you recall well, if you would also refer to the AVL, it will also reflect on what time did I leave. Uthi ke lobu bufakazi bokuthi nihambe ngemva kwentathakusa awuchazanga uthi ke uSergeant ngicela ungichazisele uma ukhuluma ngantathakusa ukhuluma ngayo isiphi isikhathi kumele uthi ngisho ubusuku phakathi ngehora leshumi nambili uthi uma ningabheka iAVL izochaza ke ukuthi ngalelo lapho ngihambe laphayana ngobani isikhathi.
Actually, Sergeant, the AVL shows that you actually left that place around 19 minutes past 12 midnight.
Bare AVL e bontsha gore lena le sepetse tulong ela metsotso ya lesome senyane ka moraga bošigo gare.
Ka go pela o lebella pele di fetoga.
May I please refer to the AVL before I respond? Uthi ke iAVL ibonisa ukuthi nihambe laphayana imizuzu eyishumi nane nesishagalolunye ngemva kwehora leshumi nambili ebusuku uthi ngicela ukuyibheka ngaphambi kokuthi ngingaphendula.
A ke bone botse go pela nthushi ga
I do not have my glasses. May the interpreter please assist me. You said what time? 12?
It is 19 minutes past 12 midnight. That is on the 19th.
Okay, one.
Yes, I can see that. uthi ngiyayibona la usho khona isikhathi semizuzu eyishumi neshagalolunye.
Now you concede that you actually stayed there from 1853 on the 18th, and you only left there on the 19th at 9 minutes past 12 at night.
Biale le a dumela gore le na le fitlhile mola ka 1853 la tlo sepela ka 19 minutes past 12.
Nnete?
That is correct. Uthi yebo ngiyavuma ukuthi sifikela phayana uma kube kusele imizuzu eyisikhombisa ngaphambi kwehora lesikhombisa sasuka ke uma kusele uma imizuzu beyishagalolunye 19 ngaphambi ngemva kwehora leshumi nambili.
Now let's go back to my initial question. I said to you, this crucial evidence, you never mention it in your evidence in chief, even after or during the cross-examination by the counsel for accused 1 and 2. You never mentioned that piece of crucial evidence.
As a question, that is not correct. He did mention it during cross-examination of counsel for accused 1 and 2. The fact that there was a mechanical breakdown of the vehicle, it was mentioned.
After we arguing about 19 minutes past 12, Mr. Munyete, arguing about 19 minutes.
My Lord, this witness...
Yeah, you mentioned that he never mentioned that he was there for the rest of the night.
All I'm putting, my Lord, is that this piece of crucial evidence was not going to be to the benefit of the court had we not have sight of the AVL, because this witness never told us about that crucial evidence.
Your colleague says he did mention it under cross-examination. Mr. Balui says...
Yes, but my Lord, the court will remember that this information became clearer when the AVL report was produced, and very late, my Lord, during the re-examination.
Okay, yeah, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, my Lord.
And may I also put it on record that my colleague Mr. Jonas will be assisting in Zulu. I'll be doing Sepedi editing.
Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord.
Sergeant Bukhari, I'm putting it to you that this piece of crucial evidence you only testify about it when the AVL report was produced.
Barre lena ba le botsa gore botlhatsi bo botlhokwa kudu lena le thomile go bo fana ka botlhatsi ba gona rest go tlishwe botlhatsi bo ba AVL.
Nka gana lena ka gore ge le gopola botse a ke tsona be le dutse ka lena gore be le gona maphoto ne re bala AVL at o kene go mezulu ne re bala AVL step by step ke a tsapa go gona mo botlhatsi bo botsuile because a gona ga mkholo re nka bolela go sena AVL gore ebe botse sa mae ka tsela ka o polore lo tshedintse ke bolela ka moaga meraro ya go feta AVL e be le thushitse ka gore yale goro ina le ngabe ga tsena le clear vision ya go dira ka tsela.
I would like to dispute that, and I do not know where were you sitting, whether were you in court or not, when I had testified on this evidence. As the defense for accused number 1 and 2 was asking me, we had went through the AVL step by step, and it assisted for the court to have a clear view, as stated in English by the witness as well.
Meluti then when you fagazi then again, Asionage in an ebalvega Namatemkoga Maga, Axiona Oishilo Uma Ukala and Metali Niggas on Fagas back Oishi. Utica when the Putagelapo and Azuma Ubupi, nambuhlezi la enkantolo noma ubukuphi yini uma bengingeza ngobufakazi futhi ke ummeli kaMsolo wokuqala nawesibili ke uma ebembuza ke besihamba ngayo ke ngokulandelelana ke yona iAVL lena nokuthi futhi ke inkantolo ibone noma izwisise kahle.
Mr. Mohane, you are correct, but you clearly don't understand the question. All I'm saying to you is that in your evidence in chief, this incident about the stop at Murray Street Engine Garage for more than 5 hours, that evidence was never tendered during your evidence in chief. It only came out when you were re-examined by the state.
Barre lena le bolela nnete e fela e ka re gona le ntwe le sa ikwishising ga botse bona ba re botlhatsi bo ba gore lena le dutse garageng ela ye mo Murray Street le dutse nako e ka lekanang le di iri tse 5 ga senke lena ge be le thoma ka botlhatsi ba lena le ba botse gore re dutse mo garageng ela nako e ka lekanang le di iri tse 5 e tsweletse reste ntate Baloi a le botšiša reste a le botšiša dipotšo la bobedi. I dispute that.
Ngiyaphikisana ke nalokho uma uthi lokho angikushongo kubufakazi bami ke uma ngiqala noma okuyihloko ke kodwa ngikhiphe uma ngabe umshishisi esengibuza futhi okwesibili lokho ngiyakuphikisa.
Let me again remind you. There was a question that was put to you. It was during the time when we were talking about the 17 hours that you spent with the accused on the 18th of June 2020. You were asked the question as to what were you doing with the accused number 2? Why didn't you send him back to Pretoria? Your answer was that, one, you were still conducting other investigations. 2 was that the accused said he was going to be bored. He was happy to go around with you. Remember that evidence?
But it is correct even before it was interpreted, the witness responded.
Yes.
That it's the truth.
Ufakazi uyavuma ke uthi iqiniso ke ngibuza wona ke ukuthi bengibuziweke umbuzo ukuthi inkathi ke ngami no accused number 2 ngathutha ke amahora awu17 kanye naye izathu ke ngisinikezile ukuthi ke ngisaphenya ke nokuthi wasethi yena ke ayike uzodlulekaza noma uzobabodi ke uma engabuyela yebo uyiqiniso lokho.
Sergeant Mohane, I'm putting to you that moment was your opportunity to tell this court that the reason you also took so long to get back to Pretoria, it was because you had a breakdown on the road. But you never mentioned it.
Bare yana na go we bel na go e maleba ya gore lena le tle le botse khoro gore le baka le le dirileng gore le tšee na go yetelele ka mogo gore lena le be le boya le Pretoria e be le ka lebaka la gore kolo ya lena ile ya senyega ka o ya lena ba senke le botse khoro se. I remember informing the court. I do not recall mentioning anything else.
Uthi ke lelo ke bekuyithuba lapho kuyichazelwa ke inkantolo ukuthi ke sinye sezizathu ukuthi ke imoto lena ke kwayengakhoniki ukuthi ngaqhubeka ke ngohamba yayinenkinga uthi ke ngikhumbula ke ngitshela ke inkantolo lokho angikhumbuli nje ngisho kunye.
Now, Mr. Mohane, if in your evidence in chief you did not tell this court about this incident, because I remember very well when you started talking about calling Jonathan, who came and organized a mechanic to assist you. It was during the re-examination. It was not during your evidence in chief.
Bare bona ba gopola gore botlhatsi bo le la fana ka bona ge ne le bolela ka gore le la bitša Jonathan yena ke mo eleng gore o ile a tla a bitša mathusha tša tšing ke ge le gore ke nako e bega le botšiša dipotšišo le kgala bobedi ga se ge be le thoma lena ka botlhatsi ba lena.
Ele ka bušia botse ke le le re tloga Carltonville na le case e be le di dira tse le gore kgoro sa leng kgopela gore ke di printer ka le fa tsona go me ke ndi a tsala court ya rena e lo tsere bale rena ga re phenya di case tsana e shuru ku a nka se no dintsha a bo jo re dira eng ro dira eng
Soranyana. If you would recall well, I had mentioned that as we were coming back from Carltonville, there were other matters that we were investigating, and some of them are those ones that were leaked in court. And you would recall that our cases are very dangerous, so we would not just disclose everything that we are investigating.
Uma uzokhumbula kahle ke ngishila ukuthi inkathi sibuya noma sasibuya ngayo ke eCarltonville kunamanye amacala esasiwaphenyayo futhi nokuthi ke ilawo amacala ke la ibinkantolo ke iseyangicela ke ukuthi ke ngilethe imininingwane nokuthi futhi ke amacala ke esiwaphenyayo ke amacala ke acayi kabi asikwazi ke ukuthi nje singabe sesidalule imininingwane yalawo macala lawo.
You see, Sergeant, you are again confusing issues.
Mr. Meyiwa, can't you leave this for argument?
No.
Because this witness can't argue against.
It's fine.
Wait. He can't argue against forensic evidence. If you putting it to him that he never said it in chief, that's it. You can pursue it under argument, because he says you were not in court. You don't remember what I said. I remember I said that I dispute what you said. So we're going to be doing all this disputation, and I remember, you don't remember, until when? Until when?
As it pleases the court, my lord, I will leave that for argument.
Yeah, argument. Then you can show that this witness' mind is wandering.
Indeed, man.
Yes.
Sergeant Mukhan, after the Mari state, you said Jonathan organized the mechanic. Is that still your evidence?
Le relay le still fitlhe mola mo mmileng wa Mari ke mo eleng gore Jonathan yena o ile a bitsa mathusha judge. It is confirmed.
Ngisakusho ke ngishilo ngaphambili ukuthi ke uJonathan yena ke kathi imoto ke yayingahambi inenkinga owasibethela ke umechanic.
And how was this mechanic paid?
Yena o patetswe jwang
for fixing the state car?
go lokisheng koloi ya mmuso.
Well, I get to mechanic
Well, I do not know, as it's their mechanic. I do not know how they paid that mechanic.
Ukuthi ke wakhopha kanjani ke ngokuthi alungiseke imoto yombuso angikwazi lokho kwaku mechanic wabo ukuthi bangikhokha ngayiphi indlela angazi.
Let me also put it to you, Mr. Sergeant Mukhan, that even Jonathan, when he was giving evidence in this court, he never mentioned this incident at Mari Engine, and that he had to organize a mechanic to come and fix your car. He never mentioned that.
Bare nke ba le botsege gore le Jonathan ge be a tlile kgorong ga senke a bolele taba ya mechanic gore o ile a swanela gore a bitse mathusha judging gore a tle a tlo le thusha go lokisha koloi yale ga senke a bolele ye o kgorong
a ke tsebe nka so marabela ka koloi bele ya rena e se ya bona so a tsona ngana sa e bolele.
I do not know. I would not be able to respond on his behalf, as the vehicle was ours, not theirs. So I do not know why he did not mention that in court.
Kumele uyachazela ke ufakazi ukuthi no Jonathan Mbala ke kathi ela enkantolo akakushongo lokho ukuthi yena ke khona lapha kuya engine ba oqelekayo ukuthi alethe mechanic. Uthi angazi ke angeke ngimphendulele nokuthi futhi ke imoto kwakuyimoto yethu ke kungasiyona ke eyakho.
On that issue, lastly, I'm putting it to you that there was no way he would tell this court, because that incident did not happen to the way you are telling this court now.
Bar bona mo mafelong mo go yona taba ye bare banyaka go le botsa gore be go sna ka mogweleng gore a ba ka botsa goro ka gona ka lebaka la gore ntwe e leng gore lena le tlhalosha ka gona ga se diragale ka moggo lena le tlhalosha ka gona.
I did not try to fetola assignment na kala ka
I do not know how to respond further to that question. However, I still stand by my word.
Ukuthi ke ngokuphendula kanjani ke lokho kushoyo ukuthi ke uJonathan akakushongo lokho ngoba akuzange kwenzeke ngalendlela enisho ngayo angazi ke kodwa mina lokho engikushoyo ngisakusho namanje.
I will leave that for argument again.
Ba re batla elesa ba tla tla ba bakishana ka yona bona re se dipoledišano tša go bakishana di fihla.
Sergeant Mokhane, now we know that you left engine garage at 19 minutes past 12. Where did you go?
Ba re a tseba ge gore rena le sepetse mo la engine garage 19 minutes ka moraga iri ya lesomepedi le ile kae?
Pretoria North.
We went back to Pretoria North.
Uma ke sisuka lapha yana ke kuya engine ke ngo-19 imizuzu 19 eshayile u12 sabuyela ePretoria North.
Straight to Pretoria North, no any other stops.
Le ile to Pretoria North ga gona mo gongwe mo le emeng gona. If my memory serves me well, indeed, we went straight to Pretoria North.
Mangikhumbula kahle ke akhola esandlula khona nasemakhona sahamba saye ePretoria North.
If I tell you that that is not actually correct, you actually went to Eratem and you arrived there at 12:38.
Bare ge ba ka le botša gore lena ga se nnete sewe lena le fetetse Eraton la fihla gona metsotsong ye 30 mo morago ga bošego gare le ka reng ka sewe.
E ka lo wa nnete a kere re tlo lebella ke aka AVL. So nka se gopole gore ke eme kae mara gopola gore ke ile straight. Mara e ke eme ka ba ke eme because Areteni is one of our head offices.
That could be correct. However, I'm going through as the AVL states on where did I stop. I do not recall. However, Eraton is one of our head offices.
Ukuthi ke ngaya ke noma ngadlula eEraton la ngafika khona ngo-12:38 angeke ngiphikiseke noma ngithi angeke kwenzeke akuzange kwenzeke ke lokho kodwa ke ngihamba nge-AVL uma ngiphendula ke futhi kungenzeka ke ngoba iEraton enye ke ama head office ethu.
And the records of AVL shows that we remained there for close to 30 minutes.
Bare ge di record tša AVL di bontšha gore lena le dutše mowe nakong ye ka lekanang le metsotso ye 30. May I go through the AVL?
Ukuthi ke ngama u-30 minutes lapho bengicela nje ukubheka ke i-AVL.
No,
I can see that it is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ngiyakubona lokho.
Now the question is that what were you doing there with the accused number 2 at midnight?
Utsho ke gore biale be le dirang mo le molatofatso wa bobedi magareng ga bošego.
Ka tšetše ke boletse gore ke one of ya di kantoro tša rena. Ba re ke fitile mo ke sa ke tšea dipampiri tše dingwe le gore ke sa gopole ke la time mara ke a gopola gore no ke fitile mo.
As I have already mentioned that it's one of our offices, it is possible that I had went there to collect some documents. However, I do not recall which documents are those.
Ukuthi ngangenzani ke lapho kanye naye umsolo wesibili ke ngisakhumbula kahle ke kungenzeka ukuthi bakhona ama documents amaphepha ke engangiyowalanda kodwa ke ukuthi awaphi angisakhumbula noma imaphi.
And I am going to put it to you that in your evidence in chief, this evidence was never mentioned by you.
Marabanya ka go le botsa gore le bona botlhatse bo ge be le fana ka botlhatse la le khala mathomo le na ga senke la bo bolela botlhatse
Sakana na lena Africa ka re be re ba leader ka AVL this document. Re fitile mo re ba di lore na go mputša bona o sa le nga butšana be dirang. Ntho le e be le butša kudu le taba ya dumping site ka tsopa la se dumping site mo aerial photography ya specialist samatwete wa AVL for sure bontshitswe gore ke di-office tša rena.
I believe I had testified on this. I recall when we were going through the AVL properly, we did specify about this place. However, no one asked me on what were we doing there. And I would believe that the only point it was when I was asked about the dumping site. And I believe that the photographs of the witness that testified on the AVL, the specialist, he would have maybe shown that this is not the dumping site.
Ukuthi ke lo bufakazi angikushongo ke uma ngiqala ukunikeza ngobufakazi bami ke ngikhumbula kahle ukuthi ke uma ngangibuzwa ke ngibuzwa ngayo AVL lena ke akekho umuntu owangibuza ukuthi ke ngangenzani ke laphayana kodwa ngikhumbulayo ke ubufakazi ukuthi kwakhulunywa nge-dumping site noma ke indawo ke yokulahla ke izibi ngicabanga ukuthi ke nangenkathi ke ungoti ke ebekhona la utshengisile ukuthi akusiyona ke i-dumping site lena kodwa ke ama-office noma ke indawo.
I will leave that for argument because it's not correct.
Barbata ile sali yona ewe obane seo se bolelang ga se nnete.
Now, Sergeant Mokhale, we know that you returned to Pretoria on the 19th and you arrived, or the AVL report shows that the engine was switched off at about 2:30. Is that correct?
Bargabe re a tseba gore lena le boetse Pretoria mo ile gore engine ile ya timiwa metsotso e 30 ka moraga iri ya bobedi.
Sa go fela go lebella AVL ya ka
May I
gape.
please go through the AVL?
Ya ke nnete.
Yes, it is correct.
Kuyatshengisa ke lana lokho ongibuza khona ke ukuthi ngabuyela ke khona ePretoria ngaye u2:30.
Sergeant Mokhane, if we calculate the hours from 8:15 or 8:11, when you book out accused number 2 to Carltonville, at 2:30, more or less, how many hours are we talking about?
Barga re lebella di iri go tlogella metsotso e le 11 ka moraga iri ya seswai le tšatšing le la di 18 go yešeng di mola metsotso e 30 ka moraga iri ya bobedi mola ka di 19 mohlomong e beng di iri tše kae.
Ke tsebe le ka mpotsa go sa ke tsebe le pabotse.
I do not know as I am not well versed with mathematics.
Ukuthi ke amahora amangaki ke la usuka ngenkathi ke ngakhipha ngayo ke umsolo wesibili kwaze kwayisikhathi la engibuyisela khona ngo2:30 angazi ke ibalo ke muhle kuzona.
Will I be wrong if I said our last estimate was about 17 hours?
Bari ba tla be ba dira portionale ba re re ile ra re mo e ka tswa e be le di iri tše 17.
Kala wa nnete.
Could be correct.
And somewhere in your evidence, you said that whatever you were eating, the accused number 2 was also eating.
Gona le gape mo botlhatseng ba lena mo le rineng se be le seja le mona tfatšwa go be ke na ba.
A gona nnete go feta ena.
There is no truth that surpasses that one. It is correct.
Aliqiniso elidlula lelo ukuthi konke esasikudla naye kumsolo wesibili wayekudla.
Is there evidence that you can present before the court to show that indeed he had something to eat?
Bo gona botlhatsi bo ile go le ka botlhatsha forum bo bontšhang gore ke nnete mola tfatšwa le yena o jele.
Ape pela ke tsona ke tla le ke ngwaga e meraro ya go feta dijo ra di a feta di libira la hlabela ke tsona ke tla tlhagisha botlhatsi ba ka ba go ja wala o jele.
I do not know what type of evidence would that be as 3 years have already passed. We eat food and it does not stay in our intestines, and then the receipts, we had also lost those receipts. However, we ate.
ukuthi ke yiphi ke inhlobo yobufakazi oyifunayo ke noma uthi ke ngitshengise yona angazi ke ngoba ke ukudla siyakudla akuhlali la thina ke ngaphakathi sekundlule neminyaka emithathu futhi nawo ke amaphepha noma ama receipts asisenawo kodwa ukudla wadla.
And you expect this court to take your word for it with no evidence?
lena le nyaka gore khoro e tšee botlhatsi bo we balena le sena le nyaka gore khoro e tšee mantšu ya le wa bolelang le sena botlhatsi
ka tsapa re goro e tla kwešiša gore re na le botho le lerato la gore motshwariwa ga ija a jerere e le be re tsamoreke le dijo tša maemo a fase ge re ja KFC wa ja ge re ja Nando's wa ja whatever we eat so re ntse re ja gore ra mo rekela le ena.
I believe the court would see that we had humanity in us, as whatever that we would eat, the accused would also eat. Whenever we eat KFC, he would eat. Whenever we eat Nando's, he would eat. We were not buying food that was underrated for him.
Ukuthi ke inkantolo noma ngifisa noma ngifuna ukuthi ke inkantolo ke ikholweke lokho ngishoyo lana ke inkantolo nje mina ukuthi iboneke ukuthi sasinobuntu ngalelo langa lelo sasimthengela ke lokudla sasikudla singamthengeleki uma thina sithi KFC simthengeleke okunye ukudla naye wayedla KFC uma ukuthi sidla Nando's nayo ke naye edle adle Nando's loyo.
Sergeant, I will leave that for argument.
Ba re le yona e we batla elesa ba tla ba kitšhana ga.
Then on the 19th, we know now that the accused, number 2, was booked back at 2:30. What time did you book him out again?
Ba re a tseba gore ka di 19 molatofatšwa o ile a bušetšwa ka metsotso e 30 ka moraga iri ya bobedi jwatše lena le ile la montšhaneng gape le mobook out.
E kopela botse re zamelena ka 10 to 5
If my memory serves me well, we had booked him out at 10 minutes to 5 in the morning.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke ngalo lelo langa lelo ke le 19 uma sibhuka out noma ngimkhipha ke babu 10 to 5 ekuseni.
Are you able to assist us with the times between 2:30 and 4:50?
Le ka kgona gore thuša ka nako magareng ga 2:30 le 4:50. I do not understand what type of assistance are you asking for regarding those times.
If I look at the time between 2:30 and 4:50, it indicates to me that the accused number 2 was actually at Pretoria North for less than 3 hours. Is that correct?
Ba re bona ga ba lebella nako magareng ga 2:30 le 4:50 ba bona gore molatofatšwa wa bobedi yena o ba le mola Pretoria North iri tše ka fase ga iri tše tharo. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso kuma ubheka ukusuka ke na 2:30 kuya ke 4:50 ngaphansi nje kwamahora amathathu.
And ordinarily, he was in the car in your company for 17 hours. If he arrives at the Pretoria North, it is expected that he should have gone and taken a shower to be fresh. Is that not possible?
Ba re ga go kgonagale na gore jwalo ka ba bang a be a le koloing ya lena di iri tše ka bang tše 17 yena e re ge a fitlha Pretoria North ye be le gore mohlomong o ile a ya a ilo itsokotša na.
E tlhalosetša gore monna modimo ba phela edile.
What I will explain to the court is that this gentleman, he was sleeping most of the time.
Bekungalindelekile yini uma kuwukuthi ke wafika ke khona ePretoria North ngo-2:30 ukuthi akahambeke ayoyigeza engatshela le nkantolo ukuthi ke umbisa lona ke wayelala ke ikhathi eliningi.
Nokumme le ge re sepela le yena be ke sa go mongwa ga hlapa no ba no phela e dile a le botse bjalo go ra gore wa hlapa ka kwa diseleng e ka mogolong ka belo ra hlapa ka be ke mokwelo ra ba monna ge shwa bjale go apala bjale tsa mo tshwara metsi.
And even as we were traveling with him, there was no point where I had a bad odor on him. He was always smelling fresh, and if there was a time where he did not smell fresh, I would have informed him that now it's time for you to take a bath.
And futhi ke ngakutshela le manje ukuthi ngaso sonke ke isikhathi engihamba naye ke asikho isikhathi la khona ke kwakunephunga ke ozwa ukuthi cha le iphunga ke akusilona iphunga elimnandi ke uma kuwukuthi kwakufinyelele kulokho ila ngangizosho kuyona ngithi hayi ndoda cha manje sekufinyelela isikhathi sokuthi manje ukuyogeza.
I take your explanation for the purposes of this question. So you agree with me that when he arrived at 2:30, chances are he went and took a bath or a shower.
Bara gora gore bona ba tla etja gore re be a fitla ka metsotso ele e masoma mararo moraga iri ya bobedi yena le nagana gore o ile a sepela a ile tlhapa.
Nka no ro tlhapile ge ke le botsa ke re zanga no ba mongwa gore monna ge shwa wa tsena metsing.
I could state that he had taken a shower since I did not hear any bad smell from him that he did not take a bath.
Uma ngaphendula ke ngombuzo lo ukuthi ke uma efika ngo2:30 ngenzeka ukuthi yini wayohlala nazo namanzi ngasho ukuthi kwenzeka ukuthi wageza ngoba ke uma ke sengiphinda ngimthatha futhi angizange ngilizweke iphunga elimnandi.
So then it will mean that another 20 minutes, 30 minutes from 2:30, after 2:30, another 20, 30 minutes was for a shower.
No, but that's speculation. How do you know that he had a shower?
That is what he said.
No, he's making suppositions.
Okay.
That he never had, never smelled any bad odor. So he takes it for granted that he could have had shower. Now you want to delineate the time, 2:30, 30 minutes within which he could have showered. We don't know that.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Ordinarily, if, I don't know how prison works, if you arrived in prison at 2:30, do you have a meal put somewhere for you to eat that time of the night?
Bara ga ba tsebe gore go le wa ibereka jwang motlhomong ge motho a fitlhile ka nako ela ya bo 2:30 motho wa e a khumane ba mmetse dijo.
Tšetše ke tlhalošitše ke re sepela le yena go re bile le re sepela record ka go fa mohlala ge re sa ya Phukeng.
As I have explained that as we are traveling with him, even when we are traveling to different courts, I would give you an example when we were going to Phukeng.
Nanjengoba sengishilo ke ngaphambili ke ube umbuzo uthi ke uma nifika ngo2:30 kukhona la bebe khona ukudlala ukuthi uma efika akuthole bengishilo ukubona ngaphambili ukuthi nanjengoba sihamba besiya kwezinkantolo ezahlukene angithi nje isibonelo ngisebenziseke uma sesibesiya ePhukeng
Re fetša o postpone re boela morago go na le more yemang re itša.
After the matter has been postponed, going back, there is a certain place where we would stop and eat.
bekuthi ke uma sesibuyele emuva ke icala selihlehlisiwe kulanda esizoma khona ke sidle
Omme re tloga mo ga before re misha ka diseleng police station re ema mo gausi le police station ya no bona le garage ya Sasol mo gausi le Valeria police station.
And before we take him to the cells, there is a garage next to Valeria police station. We would also stop there.
ngaphambili kokuthi simseke simhambise siye emaselinye ke uma ngaphambi kokuthi nje ufikeke kwenye police station yase Valeria kunosasolo khona
Omme o tla mmotsa gore monna ka re ba le go ya ka diseleng o ra re me di tša mosegaradio and ntho nga o ba dula le temo ara ka sele so we re dira sho gore o tsana le dijo ga tsena ka mola e diseleng.
And we would ask him, as now you are about to go to the cells and it has already passed the afternoon, you would not find food. Then we would make sure that he goes into the cell with food as he was staying alone in a cell.
Okunye futhi ke bese besenza isiqiniseko kwabo ukuthi nanjengoba besithi uma sesimbuyisela bona-ke amasela bese siyakhuluma-ke siyasho-ke kuyena ukuthi manje uma uyongena ngaphakathi-ke sesidlululeke ngesikhathi-ke sokudla besenza isiqiniseko-ke sokuthi uma ungena enako noma ephethe ukudla ngoba-ke ebeyedwa kwisela ebekusona.
Ibile o tla ikgethela gore o nyako jera mo tšho rona Mokgalabe le gore o nyako ja eng na a bolele nthanyaka re mo rekele ka pelo e tšweo.
And he would also have a choice on what he would want to eat. We would ask him what does he prefer to eat, and we would buy whatever that he prefers to eat.
Okunye futhi-ke besiyekela kenabo ukuthi ayikhetheleke noma ayisholo ukuthi-ke kube nesifiso sokuthi adleni ngaleso sikhathi noma-ke ngalelo langa lelo-ke simthengele lokho afisa ukuthi abe nako noma akudle.
Is that what happened on that day?
Ke ntho e diragetseng ka letšatši leo.
Ka moka matšatši a bona tšatši a sa tseneng a sa ja re tla kgontišiša gore wa ja.
All the days, there is no day where he had went into the cell without eating. We always made sure that he eats.
Asho ukuthi yiloko kwenzeka ngalelo langa lelo kodwa-ke into iyenzeka-ke ngawo onke amalanga besenza isiqiniseko sokuthi-ke akangeni ngaphakathi-ke kwiseli sakhe engadlile.
Sergeant, you have an AVL report. Can you show us that on that day, the motor vehicle stopped at that Sasol garage that you are talking about, so that you can buy accused number 2 food?
Barle na le AVL mo kgausole. Ngele re bontsha gore ka tšatši leuwe koloi ile ya ema Sasol garage ye le bolelang ka yona gore le tle le rekele molatofatšo wa dijo.
Re gopola botse ke rile advocate Ngomezulu ang Crossco ke rile re jile kwa engine garage.
If you recall well, when Advocate Ngomezulu was examining me, I had said we ate at engine garage.
Umshayeli umele becela ukuthi-ke awusitshengiseke kule AVL la khona-ke ningena khona-ke eSasol la nithengela khona umsolo wesibili ukudla uthi uma ukhumbula kahle-ke nkathi u-Advocate Ngomezulu embuza-ke imibuzo ngathi sangena e-engine la esadla khona.
Wa Albertine nako go botsa ka Sasol garage go botsa ka matšatši a mangwe ge re tšwa dikgote le mosegare re tsana mola re berekela dijo tšatši ele gore re jile kwa engine garage Albertine go sena nako ya go ja foo.
And the engine garage that I am referring to, it was in Alberton, and there are other days. The ones that I'm referring to, Sasol, it was other days, and on this particular day, we ate at engine garage in Alberton.
Engine food loyo-ke engine ose-Alberton. USasol-ke ngikhuluma-ke ngamanye-ke amalanga noma ngezinye-ke iy'nsuku la esingangena khona-ke kwaSasol.
And again, you don't have any evidence to show or to produce to this court that indeed on that day you bought food at that engine garage.
Le ka yona ye ya dijo tša engine garage ga lena bone botlhatse go ileng gore le ka bo bontšha gore le ka tšatši leo re rekile dijo. As I have previously testified that food does not stay in our intestine.
Bese ngiphenduleke lokho ukuthi-ke nanjengobuza ukuthi abukho ubufakazi engingabuletha obutshengisayo ukuthi sadlake kwa-engine bese ngishilo ukuthi ukudla kuhlali ngaphakathi kuthini.
I'll leave that for argument, Sergeant. Then, Sergeant, at 4:30 on the 19th, you book accused number 2 out of Pretoria North Prison. You proceeded to Moroka Police Station, is that correct?
Bare ka di 19, ka 4:30, lidela buka molatofatšwa le montšha le moiša police station ya Moroka.
No, re mtšitša ka 4:50 le wana be re ya Foslorus Court botsebotse tšatši leo.
On that particular day of the 19th, we booked him out at 4:50, and actually we were going to Foslorus court, not Morocco.
Umele uthi ke ngalelo langa lelo ke bathi ngelanga 1940 namkhipha ke umsolanya naye eMoroka uthi cha akusona iqiniso lelo ngalelo langa sakhupha ke isikhamkhipha isikhathi ku450 futhi ke sasingayike eMoroka sasiya enkantolo yase Phosphorus.
All I'm saying to you, Sergeant, is that initially you were going to Phosphorus Phosphorus Court, but you ended up at Morocco Police Station after Brigadier Gininda called you and told you that you need to take accused number 2 to Morocco Police Station.
Ba se ba se bolela ke gore lena le be le tswile le be le nyaka go ya gorong ya Phosphorus e o pia le fele tshetse le gore lena le ya police stationing ya Morocco ka moraga gore Brigadier Gininda a be a le tshetse mogala a le botse gore le tswelle pele le go. That is correct.
Ekuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ekuqaleni ke sasiya ke enkantolo ke akhona ke Phosphorus kodwa kwathi ke uma sesishayelwa ke ucingo uyena Brigadier Gininda athi ke asiqale khona eMorocco.
After Morocco, you went to Phosphorus Court, is that correct?
Ka moraga gore le tlogile Morocco la ya gorong ya Phosphorus. That is correct.
Bese kuthi emuva kalokho ke eMorocco sasesiya ePhosphorus.
And you found that the case against accused number 2 was not enrolled on that day, is that correct?
La khumana gore molato wa molatofatwa wa bobedi bo sego di tokomaneng tša kgoro tša tšilego.
I get it reverisha. You don't want to say. I don't know the idea of where the one and the Saya in a postponement. There is Saya who play some luck.
I do not understand what do you mean when you're saying the matter was not on the roll, as we were still going to put the matter on the roll.
Uma uthi ke safika ke sathola ukuthi ke icala ke lalengekho kuhlela amacala alelo langa lelo ukuthi ushuthinga ngekuzwisisi ngoba ke sasisendweni samasasiya khona lapho ukuthi icala liyofaka ke kuhlela amacala asenkantolo.
Sergeant, your evidence was that you went to Morocco Police Station. After that, you went to Phosphorus Court. And upon your inquiry, you found out that that matter was not on the roll.
Morocco Police Station ke re le gore e rile ge le botšiša ke ge le gore lena ba le botša gore molato we wona ga bogo ditokomaneng tša kgoro.
Senete molato wa sanka ba o enrolla mo patrolling is ora o ka mo ke tlhaje ke a se molato ro go tswela pele ke mo re sa wisha mo swa.
It is not correct, as the matter was not yet placed on the court roll. It was a new matter. It's not that we were going for a matter that had previously been postponed. It was still a new matter.
Akusona ke qiniso ukuthi ke icala lelo lalingekho kokuhlela amacala ngoba akusiyo ukuthi babuyicala eliyaliqhubeka ke noma elalivelile ke ngaphambili kodwa babuyicala elaliyovela okokuqala phambi kwemanje noma ke liyofaka kuhla lamacala.
My point, Sergeant, is that accused number 2 never appeared on that day.
Taba ya bona ke gore molatofatwa wa bobedi a seng ke a tsene kgorong tšatši leo.
Ka ge a ke tshepa gore le na le mongwaga mentši le bereka le moemedi ke a tseba gore ge o fitlha court re iša ga o ka etepele ga motšhotšhisi ge e le gore motšhotšhisi a enroll mo listing mogona nore moswari a ka se appeare court o tlo no tswa ka kwa diseeleng morago a ka se appeare le gore a ba enroll.
Yes, and I believe you have experience as an advocate. When an accused is to be taken to court and the matter is not put on the roll, then that particular accused would not appear before the court. The accused would then leave through the cells.
Nesiqiniseko sokuthi nanjengommeli noma ke ummeli omkantibomvu uyazi ke ukuthi uma icala lisuka ke phambi kwenkantolo uma kuwukuthi ke alifakiwe kuhla lamacala ngalelo langa lelo angeke umsolo wakhe ayobingelela imantshi kodwa ke uzophuma ke ngemuva kuma cells.
Sergeant, my point is the accused never appeared in court on that day. The reasons I'm not interested.
ba re taba ya bona ke gore molatofatšwa yena senke a tsene ka kgorong ka tšatši leuwe mabaka ga bana taba le bona.
Ka ke tlhalošedi ke tlhalošitše. Court we
Let's proceed, Sergeant.
Ba re le se re jwale
You, from Fosloras Court, you went back to Morocco.
ya re vele tloga kgorong ya Fosloras la boela Morocco.
ke nnete.
That is correct.
Masibuya ke Fosloras sa buyela khona ke eMorocco.
And you explained to the court the reason why you went back to Morocco, right?
Le tlhalošetše kgorong ke re mabaka a gore gobaneng le be le boela Morocco.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Ichazile nesizathu sokuba kungani sibuyele eMorocco.
And Sergeant, I am aware that in your evidence in chief, that evidence you never tendered to court. You only tendered it after the production of the AVL report.
Ba re bona ba tseba gape le gore ge be le thoma ka botlhatsi ba lena ga senke la bolela botlhatsi boue le thomile go bolela ka bona ge se go tswile botlhatsi bo ba AVL.
A ke sa gopola botse mara nka ba ke phošitše le gore ke a go bolela.
I do not recall well, however, I would have made a mistake if I did not state that in my evidence in chief.
Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi kwisiphi isigaba uma ngisho lokho kufakazi kodwa uma kuwukuthi ke ukufakazi bami kuyihlola ngisho lokho ukuthi ke ngenze iphutha noma ngenza iphutha.
It's fine, Sergeant. I will leave that also for argument.
Le yone o ba re batla elesa e tla re se ba phenkgishan batla e bolela.
Now, Sergeant, you are in Morocco police station.
Biale le se le fitlhile sepodiseng sa Morocco.
You want to go to Rustenburg because your ultimate destination was Phuket. Is that correct?
Le nyaka go ya Rustenburg e jwalo ka ga ile gore lena le be le ikemišitše go ya Phukeng. Innete.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Iqiniso ke masifika ke khona ke Morocco la esasiya khona ke ukuthi ke siya ke eRustenburg ePhukeng.
Sergeant, just one issue on that aspect. If you are in Morocco, you want to go to Phuket, which one will be the closest road?
Ge le le Morocco le nyaka go ya Phukeng tsela ye leng gore e tlo ba kgauswi e tlo ba efe?
Ge go phodiša botse go tsena N1 Benskuman Pretoria Rustenburg Road ke yona e nna ke itsebang.
The route that I know is N1, then into Benskuman, Pretoria, and you then go to Rustenburg. That is the route that I know.
Engaziyo ke mina uma useMorocco ufisa ukuthi kuye ke eRustenburg noma ke ePhukeng uzophuma khona ke ungene ku N1 uhambe ke uthi Pretoria bese ke manje uhamba ngayo ke eRustenburg road yona ke ngiyaziyo mina.
If I say to you, the quickest route, it will be from Morocco to Randfontein, Krugersdorp, Machalis, if you choose that route, then you'll be in Rustenburg in less than 1.5 hours. Will you dispute that?
Bare bona ge ba ka re tsela ye leng gore le be le ka e šomiša e be e ka ba go ya Randfontein le tsene Krugersdorp le feta Magalis ge le fetša e be le gore lena le tsena Rustenburg le ka e ganetša taba.
Nka se le ganetše nna ke sepela ke itsebang le wena ke wena o itsebang gore e kgauswi a ke nka se ganetše nka se dumelela nka se gane gape.
I would not dispute, neither will I agree with it. I used the one that I know, and you would also use the easier road that you know.
Ukuthi ke kwakufanele noma mhlawumbe uma ngiphuma lapho bese ngena ke eKrugersdorp ngihambe ngeMakhalisi eRandfontein eKrugersdorp sekuba eMakhalisi bese kuthi ke nje isikhathi esingangehora ke nesigamu ngizofika ke Rustenburg indlela eyaziwa wena ke leyo angeke ngivumelane ngiphikisane nawe mina ngasebenzisa eyaziwa yimina.
Thank you, Sergeant. Sergeant, when you arrived in Rustenburg on the 19th, you are going to Phuket. Where did you go? when you enter Rustenburg?
Really fika Rustenburg, le ya Phokeng, ka di 19, le ile la ya kae, re le tsena Rustenburg.
E go gopola botse ra ke sokola re tsene police station re a feta ra ya straight go a dulago mara re tsene re go fihlile mo a dulang.
If I remember well, I would not remember if we went into a police station. However, we did arrive where the accused stays.
Uma sesifika khona lapho ke eRustenburg manje ephukeni ngisafuna noma ke saqala ke police station yini kodwa egcineni ke sayofika ke noma saya la ahlala khona umsolo.
You see, Sergeant, now you are somersaulting, and I know the reason why you are somersaulting. You remember your evidence on the 14th of November. You told this court. That is how I know about Baobao Street in Freedom Park. That you actually on that day went straight to accused number 2's residence. You remember that evidence?
Barjwale, lena le sele phetoga. Se leng gore lena le be le se boletse ka di 14 tša November. Le boletse le ka mmila wa Baobao. Le bolela le ka go tsena ka Freedom Park. Ke mo eleng gore lena le feletse le mo molatofatšo a dulang gona le sa gopola botlhatsi bo.
Ya gopola le re Baobao be ke bala AVL ke anka itse gore na Baobao e ka ya mara ka AVL mpontšitšo re ya bona.
I recall, however, when referring to Baobao, it was when I was going through the AVL, and that is where it showed me the street name Baobao, but I did not know where Baobao was.
Uma uthi ke nge 14 November ke mina ngathi ke ngiyazi ke ngoba ke ngase ngikhuluma ngeBaobao uma ngikhuluma ngayo ke ngaso istrata noma umgaqo weBaobao ukuthi ngangibuke yona ke noma ngibheke yona iAVL yona ke ngitshela ngeBaobao ukuthi mina ngiyayazi.
And you were asked by the state as to did you go to
The vision is off. Please, Mr. John, what's the time now?
It's almost time for the short adjournment. We can take the short adjournment at this point.
When it's not on, then it's not recording.
I don't know.
precisely clear what led or what the nature of the incident is that led to the scuffle. We just thought that we want to place that on record.
Which accused are those?
You saw accused number 3, and accused number 3, 4, and 5.
So they were involved in a scuffle?
Yes, with a prison warder.
With a warder or with warders?
A prison warder specifically. We just saw one at some point, and his colleagues later came to his rescue. But it was a physical confrontation.
Was it? Mr. Mnisi, your client, I'm told, accused number 3 was involved in a scuffle. Have you taken instructions for the court to understand what was happening?
It's true, there was a bit of a noise as I turned around.
Hello?
I'm saying it's true that I had a commotion because I was looking forward, but when I turned around, I saw a gentleman, like this huge gentleman, and he hit accused number 3 with his shoulder. So I don't know how he started, but that is what I saw. He hit accused number 3 with his shoulder. I think in the process, then accused number 3 tried to defend himself. So, but how it started, I really don't know.
Is that all you can tell the court?
That's what I saw, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I can take further instructions.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you.
My lord, may I also in the meantime
Yes,
take the
yes,
instructions?
even you.
Yes, thank you.
I will do the same.
Yes, sir.
As it is the court, my lord. Apparently what I'm getting from accused number 3 is the fact that when it is adjournment, they would then stand up in order to stretch themselves, and at some point they would sit where they are resting their backs. There's a bit of a bench there where they would sit in order to stretch themselves. Apparently the gentleman that I've just pointed out to the court does not take kind to that. And they are saying in each case that is, or he is saying that in each case that the gentleman is here at court, he would command them to sit as they are seated here now, as if the court is still in process. But today specifically what happened, he approached them again and said to them they should sit down as they are seated here, even though it is adjournment. And then according to accused number 3, he then uttered the word, if they do not want to comply with his instructions, it's going to hit them. Mabengafuni ukwenza lokho akushoyo uzobashaya. So then they said, no, but this is adjournment. We are entitled to stretch our leg because we seated here for more than 2 hours. So we can't continue sitting like this even when it is adjournment. We need to stretch our leg. So he did not take kind to that. So then he started to hold him, and then he hit him with the shoulder. Then accused number 3 then also had to stand up to ward off those blows, but by not in a way of retaliation as it would be understood. He was actually trying to ward off those blows that the gentleman here was trying to administer on him. That is the version that I'm getting. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Momalo.
Thank you, my lord, for the court's indulgence. The instruction that I'm getting, or the version that I'm getting, is similar to the one of my colleague, Advocate Mnisi. He tells me that it was during the adjournment, the tea break adjournment, when he was approached by the member of the correctional services, which has been pointed out by my colleague, to sit properly. He says that they've been sitting in that fashion throughout the adjournments. So what surprised him was that it was only for the first time today that the member of the correctional service has a problem with the sitting arrangement. He then saw the said member hitting accused number 3 with the shoulder to such an extent that accused number 3 nearly fell to him. The said member further dragged him with his leg in order for him to sit properly. He says that he did not take kind of that. That is the only thing that happened, my lord. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Nyan.
As it pleases the court, my lord, my instructions are that accused number 5 was bumped by accused number 2 as he's being pushed as the accused number 3 was pushed to him, and he bumped accused number 5. That is all that happened according to him. Then he was surprised because he was not even paying attention what was happening.
So accused number 1 and 2 were not involved in the scuffle.
Not my lord.
Mr. Mgomezulu, your clients were not involved in the scuffle.
They were not involved.
The gentleman there, what's your full name, sir? Come here in front so that I can hear you. Yeah, your full name, sir? Yes. I'm not taking anything under oath, okay? That's why I didn't even want the accused themselves to tell me what has happened. But with you, you're not represented. So you can tell me, if you so desire, you can tell me what you say happened.
I don't have a problem.
Hello?
I do not have a problem to say that.
Yeah, okay, fine, no problem. Yeah.
So, just moments after the short adjournment, all the accused were standing, right? But say 5 minutes or 6 minutes later, you went out. Accused number 4 was sitting. Can I by any chance show how he was?
Yeah, okay, fine.
Just like this.
Okay.
So I took some time, maybe a minute or so. Then I stood up and then shouted, Nduli. I'm not familiar with their names. Nduli, you cannot sit like that. This is court.
So he was like, no, you're not gonna tell me how to sit here. And then I came closer. I was like, no, you are going to sit proper way. 3 of them were howling now. Senzo Meyiwa, if you start this thing of yours, can I just go back a little bit on the 15th? On the 15th, it was a Wednesday this month. There was an issue of some sort. They started one by one. They seated that way. The fourth suspect was the one who started the whole thing. Then on the 15th I came and I was like, no guys, we cannot allow each other to sit like that. This is a court. Yes, it is an adjournment, but now you can stand, you can sit like in a proper way, but you cannot sit on top of that like I just showed. So later on, my colleagues, I was talking with my colleagues that, listen, tell me if I'm doing the wrong thing. Are they sitting in a proper way? Then they were like, no, this is wrong. Okay, I let it loose. And I was like, no, maybe when we go down, we need to address them. Now, before we went down, one of them, I cannot recall which one, he was sitting this side, facing that direction. Can I show you? He was sitting like this. I even shot it again. Listen, you cannot sit. This is not a proper way of sitting. Luckily enough, the orderly, the lady, saw it. So now we went down. It was an adjournment again. I called it in the cell. I was like, hey, I tried to stop this thing, and you were howling at me. I was a bit not sure to call you into order in front of the people. So they were like, no, this is not your job. You cannot tell us. Your only job is to escort us to here. Then I was like, I swear by, you are not getting it right. You are my duty as long as you are in front of. That is why I'm forever standing there. I'm watching you. I'm observing. I'm monitoring every movement. So I tried to speak to the orderly, to perhaps speak to the prosecutor or you. Then he was like, no, she's gonna take it out. We were fine with that. Indeed, the following days, everything, before they could start, they would check if I'm there. If I'm not there, I don't know what way they would do. So everything just went well to show that they followed my instruction. So coming today, I called. I said, Nduli, you cannot sit like that. Then they howled at me. Senzo Meyiwa, if usondela la. Then I was like, okay, if that's the way, you can fight me if you want, but you are going to sit very well proper. Then I tried to pull. Accused number 3 was closer. I went down like I was kneeling, going forward. Accused number 4. Then I saw a blow coming on my way. The first one was accused number 3 and number 5. Number 4, I was trying to duck. Eventually, my colleagues came closer, but now they were all standing. The other 2 didn't do anything. Accused number 1 and number 2. In the nutshell, that's what happened. All the other thing, I'm happy that the journalists were holding their phones. I think there's a full clip as to what exactly happened.
Okay, is that it, sir?
That is it.
Mr. Baloi, anything to add or which you saw?
Well, our observation is according to what has just been described now.
What's wrong with the mics now?
I don't know. They are not captured.
Nothing. As we're talking, nothing is being captured.
They sometimes
turn right. When they are right,
So when they are red like this, nothing's been captured. At the moment, anything being captured?
Now they are on. Now they are on.
Where do you see they are on?
They are red. And when they are not on, they.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Can you give me the Criminal Procedure Act? Is what section 159 is it?
Is it the proceedings taking place in the absence of an accused?
No. Just how decorum must be conducted in court. Just read it. I think it's down there. Yeah, 159. It's a general application of if proceedings are being disrupted by whomever. But you see here, the problem is I wasn't in court, but I think that injunction is still applicable.
Well, section 159(1) deals with the circumstances where an accused conducts himself in such a way that the proceedings cannot proceed in his presence.
Yeah, just interpret for the accused because it's in English.
Is that correct, please? Okay.
Sir, you can go back to your post.
Lana ke inkantolo icela ke umshutshisi ukuthi afundeke ukuthi usection 159 uthini ke echaza ukuthi ke uma umsolwa ke eyiphatha ngendlela ke ephazamisana ke noqhubeka ke noma ke no ukuthi ke icala liqhubeke.
So the only relevant section will be section 159 in brackets 1. The headings, circumstances in which criminal proceedings may take place in absence of an accused.
Lana ke uyachaza ke ukuthi izimo la khona ke icala lingaqhubeka ke umsolwa noma abasolwa bengekho.
If an accused at criminal proceedings conducts himself in a manner which makes the continuance of the proceedings in his presence impracticable, the court may direct that he be removed and that the proceedings continue in his absence.
Ndawo kayifundile umshushisi ithi uma kuwukuthi umsolwa noma abasolwa ke bayiphethe ngendlela ke la engaphoqa noma engenza ke ukuthi icala liqhubekeke liqulwe engekho noma bengekho enkantolo, inkantolo ina noma iyakwazi ke ukuthi leso sinqumo leso ingasikhipha.
I think that is the only.
Yeah, that's okay. And I'm not saying anybody has done anything wrong because I wasn't here. But I've been told that there was some undignified scuffle which took place during the tea break. And my only admonition is we all are adults. We must just behave like adults. That gentleman, Mr. Uvusi, has got a job to do. If he does it obstreperously, meaning out of the bounds of the decorum of the court, obviously he will be wrong. But from what he's demonstrating to me, he's also responsible. And I'm not saying you're going to run away and escape, but we have had instances in court where accused people get out of court and run away. He's got his own brief as to how people must be seated. Are they under handcuffs, your clients? Hello?
Mine is on,
They are all,
mine is on leg irons.
Hello?
He's on leg irons.
Leg irons, fine, yeah. So let's just behave. I'm not making any finding. That's why I didn't want anybody to swear, to say he's going to tell the truth, nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Let's just behave ourselves. There's nothing wrong with you stretching. You can even jump. I mean, but if the gentleman believes that maybe that is not the decorum we should be adopting, I think he's entitled to have a word with you. But this one of fighting, like in our parliament, and I'm saying it's advised, because our people watch these things. In our parliament, I once saw a president being rushed by certain parliamentarians to such an extent that there was alarm at Parliament and the security had to go and assist the president because it was under the impression that he's been attacked. We don't need that. Ubuntu. I heard you talking about you can't eat before somebody akbekile. Jela jelang mushroom. When you have a sandwich, you share it with your colleague. The same thing here. If we are all not satisfied with the conduct of Hosi, or number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, you can resolve that by speaking. Hi, Ubulu. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
Inkantolo ithi ke kungakho ingaka ibize umuntu ukuthi eze la azoma la ukuthi ke ayizofikelela kwisinqumo ukuthi ubani onecala ubani ongenacala kodwa na njengoba lisetshenziswe ke igama lokuthi ke sibadala ke lana akekho oyingane la kuyakhulunyiswana uma kuwukuthi ukhona ke kuyena uMr Jack akushilo kunina ke kuyakhulunywa hayi ukuthi ke manje kuse bese kuyashaywana kuyaliwa ke futhi ke inkantolo iyakusho nokuthi ke uma kwenzeka ke lokhu lana ke ibikade ingekho yona ingakho ke ingenzanga ngalendlela eyichazile ngaphambilini kodwa nje ukuthi asisebenzise nje imiqondo yethu ke sicabangeke uma kufanele ukuthi into ixazulule ngokuthi kukhulunywe hayi ukuthi kuze kushaywaneke nanjengoba ekuboni eshilo nango isibonelo lesi saseParliament ukuthi asifuni ukuthi kuze kufikelele khona lapho uthi ngokucaceleke unendlela uMr Jack atshelwe ngayo ukuthi kufanele umsebenzi wakhe awenze kanjani kufanele ke naloko sikuhloniphe.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Meyiwa, do you still have any cross-examination?
As
it pleases the
confirmed that he is still under oath.
My Lord, I'm about to wrap my cross-examination.
Yes.
Sergeant, your evidence of the 19th, you said the Bao Street at Freedom Park, that is where accused number 2 resides. You said you went there straight and only Sergeant B.B. Muhola and Brigadier Gininda went to Pukem police station. Do you remember that?
Bare botlhatsi ba lena ba di 19 lena le la bolela gore le Freedom Park mola mmileng wa Baobao ke mo ileng gore Sergeant Mogola le Brigadier Gininda ke bona ba ileng ba ya police station le sa gopola le bolela mantjwe. Yes, I recall.
Ngiyakhumbula ke uma ungikhumbuza ngobufakazi bange 19 ukuthi ke uma ngikhuluma ngeBao Street ngithi la umsolo wesibili ahlala khona nokuthi ke uSergeant BB Mukhula kanye naye uBrigadier Gininda ibona abahamba baya police station.
Is that still your evidence?
Lesantse le dutse ka ona mantjwe.
Ka re le gore molato go ro se go tlhakatlhakane nka no rialo le gona nka lo raksa go pola botso na ke le police station or a ke aya na mara o fitla mo re fitla.
As this matter has been in a lot of confusion, I could still maintain that we have went straight. However, I know that we had arrived. I do not recall whether we went to the police station or not.
Nanje ngoba ke kube kuningi ke okwenzekayo kokubona icala leli ngokuthi mayelana ngaya ke police station ke angikukhumbulike lokho ukuthi ngaya yini police station kodwa lapha yana bona ke safika.
And then again on the 6th of November 2023 you gave another version. You said you went to Pukem police station and then you asked for an escort to accompany you to accused number 2. Which of the 2 is the correct version?
Biale ka di 6 ya November anangwago lena le ile la re le police station la khopela gore ba le thushe ba sepelele lena biale ba nyaka go tseba gore ya botlhatsi ba nnete ke bofeng mo gare ga bo bobedi.
Botse ka molao re fitla plekeng re police station.
By law, when we get to a certain place, we firstly start at the police station.
Maybe uthi ke khona ke nobunye futhi ubufakazi obushilo ukuthi ikuphi ke ekuyikona kahle kahle uma ukuthi sifika ke endaweni ethize la siqala khona siqala ngokuthi siye police station.
Jale ka re monagano le ona o na lo fela o lebala o tlhakatlhakana. O ka gore re bjale o jure bjale ke dire gore ke lebale gore ke ile kwa e le gore ke ile.
Now, as the mind would also forget due to some confusion or, yes, confusion, it might happen that I had forgotten whether I had went there or not.
Okunye futhi ke nokuthi ke ingqondo ke nayo ke inako ke ukukhohlwa ngenxa ke yezinto ke eziba yindida ke kungenzeka ukuthi ke nakufikelele namina futhi ngikhohle ukuthi ngaya lapho noma cha.
And Sergeant BP Mukhola was here. He even offered his head, her head.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, you're saying Mukhola was offering her head on his evidence, or on her own evidence.
My lord, the recording is off.
Yeah, I know that. I was just asking.
No.
Did he offer her head because of
No, on
the evidence of Makhano or her own evidence?
On her own evidence.
That's the point.
Yes.
Can we adjourn until the nights are fixed up?
remember it off my head. However, if I can look at the OBs, then I will be able to remember.
Yeah, ukuthi kwakungasikabanike isikhathi angisakhumbuli lokho ke ngokuthi ngicabangela kodwa uma ngabheka iOB ngingakhumbula.
The record shows that you arrived there at 4:30 on the 20th.
Go bontsha ekare lena le fitlhile ka 4:30. May I please refresh my mind through the OB?
Uma nganikezwa nje isikhathi ukuthi ngibheke ke iOB uma ukuthi safika ngo-4:30.
May the state advocate please assist me as I do not have it with me. Nadia, QQ. Does not have zero QQ.
On the AVL report
reporting AVL
of the 20th
ka di 20
June 2020.
June 2020. Chiwela Ikhumani. Yes, I can see it on the OB.
Ngiyabona ke lokho
Page
ngikuzobona
5
ku-OB.
on the small ones.
But more,
Page
more
5.
Sorry?
it only has the
It doesn't have
8
that
rate.
one. Page 5.
Yes, I can see.
So do you confirm that you arrived there at 4:30?
Yale le a dumela gore le fitlhe mola ka 4:30. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke ngiyabona ukuthi ngafika laphayana ngo-4:30.
Now, Mr. Mkhani, I need you to help us. You booked accused number 2 on the 19th June 2020 at 11:15. I mean at 8:11.
Booked out.
Booked out, yes.
Baraka nako rebe e re 8:11 ke nako le be le buka molatofatswa le mo buka out le mo ntšha mola.
You're going to you are going to Fosloras Court via Moroka Police Station.
Ba re ke nako le ya Fosloras Court le ilo feta le Moroka Police Station.
Okay.
Yes.
And according to that AVL that you have read, you only booked back the accused number 2 at 4:30 at Primrose Police Station.
Lena le mo bukile gape setse le mmusha ka 4:30 siripa gare go tsweng iring ya bone le mmushetša Primrose. That is correct.
Kuqiniseka ukuthi isikhathi ke masimbuyisake masimbuyisela ePrimrose kwaku-4:30.
The estimation there tells us that you were together with accused number 2 for at least about 22 hours. Is that correct?
Ge re ka lekantsha fela e re bontsha gore nako e le na le bileng le molatofatso wa bobedi e be le di iri tse 22. It could be correct.
Matansa kuma uthi ke go mahora ngo 22 ngikanye naye.
Now, Sergeant, the 22 hours of the 20th, when you add the 17 hours of the 18th, it will give us almost 40 hours. Is that correct?
Ba re le tlhakantsha 17 hours yela ya di 18 le 22 hours ye ya ka di 20 e ka tla ya rene ya di iri tse ka bang tse 40 le ya dumela. It could be correct.
Kungaqiniswa ukuthi mohlanganisa la mahora ke 22 nge19 kanye ke nalawo awu 17 ayo 18 kungenza ke kungacishe kufike ku 40 hours.
And then, Sergeant, if you consider the previous evidence that on the 19th, the accused, number 2, only slept less than 3 hours. So it means in 48 hours, or in 40 hours, accused number 2 only slept for less than 3 hours. Will that be correct?
Ba re ge le ka gopola molatofatso wa gona le nako mola mo ileng gore o be a robetse nako ye ka bang ka fase fela ga di iri tse 3 se se bolelang gore mo di iring tse 40 go na le kgonagalo ya gore molatofatso wa yena wa be a robetse di iri fela tse ka bang tse 3 go ba tse ka fase ka moo.
And Sergeant, I'm talking about decent sleep. I'm not talking about the sleeping that you're talking about, that you were sleeping in the car and all that.
Ba re ga ba bolele ka boroko bola ba gore o bentse a robetse ka koloing ge be le kgweetsa koloi ba re ba bolela ka boroko ba gore motho a iketle a robale ga botse.
Nka ganana le wena ka gore dikoloi tša matšatši o ka di lebelela ke mabothobotho a se dikoloi tšela tša kgale.
I would dispute what you have just stated because when you are looking at these days vehicles, they are very comfortable. They are not like the olden days vehicles.
Kuloku okushoyo ke ukuthi ke kulamahora ke acishe abe u40 ukuthi ke usolo wesibili kakaza lale ukuthi ke ngikhuluma ngalo buthongo okhuluma ngabo noma lokulala okhuluma ngabo ukuthi umuntu alale emotweni ngikhuluma ngokuthi umuntu alale kahle. Uthi ke cha lapho ngizophikisana ke nawe ngoba uyibheka ke imoto ezisetshenziswayo ke manje imoto zikanokusho ayifani ke naleziya ezakudala.
Bile ke kushisha gore o ka lebella fortune ka moga di city tše ke di leda o kgona le gore o isha morago o nya go robala o motse ntse koloi e sepele.
And I also understand that if you can look at a Toyota Fortuner inside the interior, there are leather seats which you are able to move them back if you want to sleep, and you would be able to sleep properly, my lord.
Nokuthi ke uma ubheka imoto ke lena ke i-Toyota Fortuner itulo zayo ke ihlalo zayo ke ezeleda nokuthi yakhona ukuthi uyibuyisele ihlehlisele emuva ke ulale kahle.
May I please?
Was he in handcuffs?
Yena bele mo khutile diatla. Yes, he was handcuffed from the front.
Ufuzankosi yebo wayebafakiwe ke ngaphambili.
Gomme ke tshepa gore ka mogho ba nya go sepela rena bila ipshina ga ona go lela rena ibele iphala le sponge sa na se robalela ka go gare ka sela.
And I believe the way he wanted to travel with us and enjoyed the way we were traveling with him, that motor vehicle was better than the sponge that he was using in custody.
Nokuthi ke indlela ke wayithokozela ngayo ke ukuthi ke abe kanye nathi noma ke ahambe ke nathi amabanga nemibanga ke lesasihamba ke ukuthi ke nalokho ke kwakumjabulisa ke futhi ke kungcono kunokulala ke kulesiya sponge esilapha yangaphakathi la agcinywe namavalelo ekhona.
I will leave that for argument, such.
Ba re yewe ba tla elesa tša gore ge se ba phegishana ke gona ba tla ba e bolela.
My last question, Sergeant, to you is that Magistrate Cronje gave evidence in this court, and she told the court that one of the things that accused number 2 asked her was if she can have a bath, change clothes, and call her family, because she never got to do those things. Do you have any comment?
She being
Who's the she?
I'm talking about that.
as the court pleases. Thank you. Bare le go pla gore gona le magistrata wa ileng gore o ile a fana ka botlhatse mo khorong. Bare magistrata o ile a botsa gore gore molatofatswa o rile ntwengwe ya dilo tse ileng gore wa di khopela ke gore a tlhape a para dikobo tse diswa gape a letšetse ba gagabo mogala ka lebaka la gore dilo tse ga senke a di dire sa lentse a sepela nako ye nngwe lena e gona ntho le ka ratang go e bolela ka sewe
ka ge tshetse ke tlhaloseditse gore mabiki matšatši a go feta gore mohu Sergeant Mabena ke ena bego a thuša motshwariwa ka tsona fapha leo ne ke kwiša gore o ba mo thuša ka re o bona a tšhentše diaparo a hlapa ebile o la tšatleng o sala morekela dilo tša go hlapa ka ge bešetše di fedile.
My Lord, as I have explained previously in court, that the late Sergeant Mabena is the one that was assisting the accused in the department. As you would see, the accused would bath and he would change his clothes. There was even a time when the accused had run out of his toiletry. Sergeant Mabena bought toiletry for the accused.
Ummeli ke uchazela ufakazi ukuthi ke kunofakazi wayela enkantolo ekuyena ke imantshi uMiss Cronje owatshela ke lenkantolo ukuthi kwezinye zezinto ke afika wayicela umsola kuyena ke kwakuwukuthi ageze nokuthi ke axhumane nomndeni wakhe ke ukuthi izinto lezi angakazi azenze kusukela ngesikhathi ke aboshwa ngaso. Uthi ke mangikhumbula kahle ke ngayitshela ke lenkantolo ukuthi ke lapho ke kwakuwuMabena umuntu wayebhekene nalokho ongasekho noma uswashona ke uMabena nokuthi ke kunesikhathi la khona ke wayesengenawo ke ama toiletry aphelile uMabena uyena owamthengela.
Sergeant, I will leave that for argument.
Ba re yona ewe batlaelesa batata ba phekishana ka yona.
Mara ke nnete ke botša kgoro gore dilo tšeo di diragetše.
However, I would like to put it on record that it is the truth that those things happened.
Ngiyafisa ukutshela lenkantolo ukuthi lezo zinto lezo ziyiqiniso zenzeka.
Sergeant, it's very convenient for you to say that, because you know that Sergeant Mabena is nowhere, he's late, he cannot come to this court and give evidence. It's convenient for you to say that. Thank you, my Lord. I have
May I respond?
Ntanza bolele nnete gore at least nka bolele Sergeant Mabena a botse a robala ka khutso gara lo tša modiretse tšona ke tše di botse.
I wish for accused number 2 to please state the truth so that he would allow and release Sergeant Mabena to rest in peace because he had done good things for him.
Ngathanda ukuthi ngenze lesicelo lesike kuyena ke uNtanzi ukuthi ke akhulume nje iqiniso azokhona ke ukuthi ke alale ngokuthula uMabena ngoba ke wamenzela ubuhle.
Okay, yes, Mr. Ngobezu, you said you had some questions also.
Yes, one or two. Mr. Mukhane, on the 22nd and the 24th of June 2020, what vehicle were you driving?
Ka di 22 le di 24 tša June le be le khwetša koloi efe?
Go pala ga botse be ke sa khwetše be re šomiša koloi ya Sergeant Mabena.
I remember very well on those days I was not driving. We were using Sergeant Mabena's van.
Ngawo ke amalanga 822 ne 24 ngangingashayeli ke mna nokuthi ke sasebenzisa yona ivan ka Sergeant Mabena.
If Constable Jonathan gave evidence that you were driving, they were escorting the Fortuner. That evidence, may I refer you to?
High Constable Jonathan.
May I hand this man to?
Is the question complete, Secretary?
Yes.
Is the question complete? Should I?
No, just read it for record the second part.
Should it be read?
Yes, you can read it. Whoever can read it.
Bare lebale karolo e by challenging.
Well, Jonathan.
Should I read the Jonathan part?
Yes.
Or
Where I've settled the
Barmo by challenging Kamka?
Okay, you're okay. You're Mr. Mugomenzul. Okay, where did you travel from then? Then you're Mr. Jonathan. From the vehicles, my lord, the suspect was in the car, was placed in the Fortuna of Sergeant Mohani and from Boxburg Court, conducted an escort straight to Moat SAPS.
Ifundela ngale ndlela kucela ukuthi afundeke le ndawo lana kubufakazi bakhe uJonathan Mr. Mgomezulu kulungileke so nahamba nisuka kuphi nendawo uJonathan imoto umsolwa wayefakwe ozankosi wayefakwe kwiFortuna yakhe uSergeant Mohane futhi ebuya eBoxburg inkantolo yaseBoxburg thina ke sasibaphelezela ukuya ke Moat SAPS.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
You're supposed to also, you remember you said you wanted the docket.
That's correct, my lord.
But there's this information. Do you have any cross-examination regarding the information which was published? It was supposed not to have been published. It's, sorry, Mr. Wadui, it's
Mr. Manu.
It's the reports by Sergeant Mohammed.
Yes, exhibit WW.
Exhibit?
WW.
Yeah, exhibit WW. Do you have any questions regarding that, sir? Mr. Mgomezi?
My lord, I have no questions.
Okay. Exhibit WW. No questions.
Yes.
Any re-examination? Oh. Yeah, we're doing it. Any re-examination, sir?
As a purpose, we let the AVL evidence in the examination, so we're not going to ask further.
Okay. Just one question from me, sir. Is it correct that in all the OB entries conducted by yourselves, either booking out or booking in, either accused number 1 or 2, in any police station, right, during your investigations, is there an entry which says accused number 1 or 2 were assaulted by yourself, annotated in the record of the OB?
Jwale gore nya ka tseba gore mo di OB tshela ka moka tshele gore le di ngwetse kana lebele motjia molatufatswa go ba lebele mmusha di police stationeng tse ka moka tshele gore go boletswe ka tsona go na le mo ileng gore go ngwetswe gore molatufatswa wa mathomo go ba wa bobedi o be a papatlile
Awa my lord.
papatlilwe ke lena
Awa gona wa ngwetse ka moga ba ngwetse ke be ka sekoa received the fact complaints and injuries.
There is nowhere, my lord, where it is written, and the witness just mentioned in English that they were received without complaints or injuries.
Mehluleleke befisa ukwazi ukufakaza ukuthi kulama OB onke ke la ekubhalwe khona kulama police station la ngabe khona yini la kubhalwe khona ukuthi noma umsolo wokuqala noma owesibili eshaywa wena cha akukho la kubhalwe khona ke futhi nje indlela ke ekubhalwe ngayo ukuthi ke bathola noma bamukelwa kungekho abakhala ngako futhi ke bengalimele.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Kgoro ya le leboga ka mokgwa le feditše ka botlhatsi ba lena motswa ga gabo a laele moyeng ke ena wa go laela.
State calls the next witness, is Superintendent Singh. It's going to be a very short witness.
Vision Singh.
Singh, yeah. Vision is V-I-S-H-A-N. Singh is S-I-N-G-H. Singh. The name of the witness is not on the list.
Full names, please.
Vishan Singh.
Okay. Any objection to taking the oath?
No.
Okay. Do you swear that the evidence? Okay, sorry. Do you consider the oath to be binding on the conscience?
No.
You don't consider it to be binding?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay. Do you then swear that the evidence that you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? Raise
Yes.
your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Witness is sworn.
Thank you.
Is it correct that you are in the employ of the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department?
That's correct, Your Worship. My Lord. Sorry. My Lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngisebenzela yona ke i-EMPD Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
And what is your position?
I'm a superintendent, my Lord.
Ngokwesikhundla ke ngu-superintendent.
And to which unit are you currently attached?
I am currently attached to the equestrian, which is the mounted unit, my Lord.
I-unit engikuyona ke ebizwa ukuthi ke equestrian yona ke i-unit engisebenza ngaphansi kwayo.
And how many years service do you have in the Ekurhuleni Metropolis?
In total, 28 years service, my Lord.
Ihlangene ke iminyaka enginayo ngisebenza khona ke Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department iwu-28.
Do you know the three previous witnesses, Constables Buthelezi, Monaring, and Lisaring?
Yes, my Lord.
Labo fakazi ababiziwe ke uButhelezi, uMonareng kanye noLisering ngiyabazi.
How do you know them?
They are work colleagues, my Lord.
Ozakwethu sisebenza ndawonye.
The three witnesses referred to a unit that was in existence at a point in Ekurhuleni Metro called SWAT. Are you familiar with that unit?
Yes, my Lord.
Ngiyayazi ke le unit othi labo fakazi bakhuluma ngayo ke ebizwa ngokuthi yi-SWAT.
And just for record purposes, can you just explain what does SWAT stand for?
Special Weapons and Tactics.
Imele ke ukuthi ke u-special weapons kanye nama-tactics and tactics.
And were you attached to this unit at some point?
Yes, my lord.
Yebo sikhona ke isikhathi la khona ke ngangisebenza ngaphansi kwayo noma ngangisebenza kuyona le unit.
When was that?
From 2020 up until the unit was disbanded in 2022.
Ngiqale ke ngo-2020 kwaze kwayisikhathi ke la i-unit lena ke ihlakazwa khona noma ichithwa khona ke ngo-2022.
And in what capacity were you attached to that unit?
From the beginning as an inspector up until November, where I was promoted to superintendent, my lord.
Uqala ke iqaleni la engangu-inspector khona ke kwase kuthi ke ngoNovember engathi ngakhushulwa khona ke ngesikhundla ngaba superintendent.
But what was your position at that unit? What role did you play at that unit? What functions did you perform at that unit?
It was a managerial function, my lord. I was the supervisor of a shift.
Mina ke okwami kwakuba ke ngangiphethe ke nama management ke nokuthi futhi ngisupervisor ke i-shift.
Are you familiar with the unit in the police called the cold case unit?
Yes, my lord.
Ngiyayazi ke le unit esemaphoyiseni abayibiza ngokuthi ke i-cold case.
And do you know the commander of that unit, who is also the lead investigator in this matter, Brigadier Gininda?
I have spoken to him and I have met him, my lord.
Ophethe ke kuyona ke le unit nakuyena ke ongumseshi ke ophambili kule cala uBrigadier Gininda ngiyamazi ngikhulumile naye sengike ngahlangana futhi naye.
Can you tell the court in your own words what was the nature of the relationship between the SWAT unit of Ekurhuleni Metro and the cold case unit?
The relationship between the cold case unit and SWAT unit was whenever there was high profile escorts or an arrest to be affected, the cold case unit would contact the Ekurhuleni Metro management and
ubudlelwane ke phakathi kwale cold case unit yamaphoyisa kanye ke neSWAT ke le eKurhuleni Metro Police bekuthi ke uma kunamacala ke abizwa ngokuthi ke a high profile ke la kunama escort khona ke bebexhumana ke ne management yeSWAT nala futhi kufanele kuyoboshwa khona.
and we would assist in the protection of the members, my lord.
Thina ke okwethu besilekelela ke noma besisiza ke ekuvikeleni amalunga.
Which members?
The members from the cold case unit.
Amalunga ke ayo i-unit leyo ke yamaphoyisa abizwa ngokuthi i-cold case.
Yes. And what would the process be? Would they contact you or would there be direct contact with your members?
At first, when the investigation started on this high profile case,
Eqaleni ke ufuna ukwazi kumshishisi bekuxhunyana kanjani ke bebexhumana namalungu ke uqobo noma bexhumana nani eqaleni uma ke uphenyo loqala kuleli cala leli.
there was communication with higher management which filtered down to myself.
Bekuxhunyanwa ke nalabo ke abekwisigungu esiphezulu ke lokho bekufaka nami ke.
Thereafter, with the nature of the case and of short notice of follow-up of investigations, the member Buthelezi would be contacted and he would inform me concerning the operation.
Ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ke futhi ke nanjengoba beqhubeka ke nokuphenya ke nokuthi ngesinye isikhathi kubone ke ukuthi ke ukuxhumana lokhu kuchuphileke noma yinto eyenziwa ngaleso sikhathi bekuxhunyana naye ke uButhelezi abe setshela mina.
You've just referred to this high-profile case. Which case are you referring to?
Senzo Meyiwa.
The witness is asking me to assist him.
Senzo Meyiwa.
Okay.
Meyiwa case. So,
Umshushizi
My lord.
ufuna ukwazike ukuthi uma uthi le cala eli high profile ke iliphi icala okhuluma ngalo ukhuluma ukuthi ke icala leli kaSenzo Meyiwa.
And which of your members were involved in assistance in this matter?
it will be Buthelezi, Mapumulo, Munareng, Jonathan, Wendell Jonathan, and Yul Lessering, my lord.
Uyuwele wrestling Lessering uJonathan uMaphumulo Buthelezi noMunareng iwona ke amalunga lawo ke abe ngakoluthi ihlangothi ekubuyibona babelekelela.
And what type of services were they rendering in this matter?
They were rendering close protection and escorting.
Bona ke okwabo kwakuvikela kanye futhi nokuphelezela ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke i-escort.
Do you remember any specific dates on which such services were rendered?
No, my lord.
Akukho ke amalanga noma izinsuku ezithize engikhumbula ngithi ngosuku oluthize noma usuku oluthize.
Was there any formal agreement in place between Ekurhuleni Metro and the cold case unit regarding the services that you've referred to?
No, my lord.
Akukho ke la ongathi kwakunesivumelano khona ke ongabiza ukuthi kwakuyisivumelano ke esiformal phakathi kwe cold case unit kanye ne Ekurhuleni Metropolis mayela ke nalokho esikukushiwo.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes, Mr. Mugezolo. Thank you, my lord.
Sir, in this unit, SWAT unit, is there any specific number of members in that unit? Specific number of officials in that unit?
Yes, my lord.
Yebo likhona ke inamba ke ethize yamalunga kule unit leyo iSWAT.
How many?
Plus minus 20, my lord.
Ngathi ke singaba u20 noma singaba ngaphezulu noma ngaphansi kodwa le nje lapha ku20.
How are they reporting at work? The nature of their shifts?
One shift reported to an inspector and one shift reported to myself, my lord.
Kune shift ke ababe reporta ku inspector kube kune shift ke reporta kumina.
At what times to what time do they report?
Because we were SWAT unit, we worked very flexible hours, my lord.
Ngoba ke ukuthi ke sasile unit ke eyiSWAT bese angeke uthi ke bese nekhathi ke kodwa ngakubiza ngokuthi ke ama hours ethu ke be flexible.
To each member of the SWAT during the course and scope of his employment possesses a pocketbook.
During the time of pocketbooks, that was when the pandemic actually hit us.
Ufuna ofisa kwazi kumele ukuthi ke ngaba ilunga nelunga ke beba ne pocketbook yini ngesikhathi ke sama pocketbooks ilesikhathi ke la eseshaywa khona ke ipandemic.
So due to that, the procurement department did not purchase any pocketbooks from the service provider.
Ngenxa yokuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso ke laba ke ekubona ke abafaka ama order ukuthi kuthengeke incwadi abakwenzaka ke lokho ukuthi bafaka ama order ukuthi siwathole.
Failure to purchase such that did that constitute a negative effect in the carrying on of their normal duties?
As a court basis, so what would be the relevance of that question?
Like as we speak now, there's no reference that it can be drawn from the logbooks because they were not available at that time. Do you understand? From 2020 to 2022, according to your evidence, there were no logbooks. Is that what you say?
My lord, that's not my evidence.
Ayisibona-ke ubufakazi bami lokho ukuthi kusukela ngo-2020 kwashaya 2022 ama-logbook ayengekho.
2020, that's when COVID started.
My Lord, I was asked about pocketbooks.
Pocketbooks, yes.
Yes, it relates to pocketbooks. Why each member did not have a pocketbook? In
My
this
Lord.
case, a member, when he's giving evidence, cannot make a reference to the event that took place on a particular day. That's what I'm talking about.
My Lord, unfortunately, I can't give evidence on the procurement.
Ngeshwa-ke ukuthi-ke ufakazi nofakazi-ke lana onikeza ngobufakazi-ke akakwazi ukuthi-ke aletheke into ewubufakazi noma etshengisayo ukuthi lokho ngikhulumana ngabo nabo ubhale lana angikwazi-ke ukukhulumela laba ekuyibona abathengayo noma bafaka ama-order e-procurement.
How many vehicles were used for that unit, for that specific unit? If there is a specific number of cars that were designated for the SWAT unit, how many cars were?
My Lord, what I can recall, there was only 3 cars, which I can recall.
Engikhumbulayo-ke mina ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi iy'moto ezayikhona-ke zisetshenziswa yiyona-ke i-SWAT kwakuyiy'moto ey'ntathu.
Can you maybe assist with their registration numbers?
Unfortunately, no, my Lord.
Ngeshwa-ke ukuthi nginikeze ngama-registration number angeke ngikwazi ngikhona ukwenza lokho.
Why not? You are coming to testify for the SWAT unit, and there were cars that were used. You mentioned the names of the members, Jonathan, Butelezi, Mapumulo, but why can't we finish the court with the registration numbers of those motor vehicles?
Because, my Lord, I do not know all the registration numbers of my head.
Ngoba-ke angikwazi wonke ama-registration number ey'moto.
Can you recall their make, the make of a particular motor vehicle?
No, my Lord.
Ukuthi-ke imoto kanjani noma yiphi-ke inhlobo yemoto angikhumbuli.
In other words, even if there's evidence that they were using golf, you cannot tell the court that they were using a golf during the...
No, my Lord, because I wasn't present for the operations.
Ukuthi-ke noma ungathi-ke kunobufakazi ukuthi babesebenzisa ama-golf angeke ngiqinisekise lokho ngoba ngesikhathi-ke sayi-operation ngangingekho.
So as a superintendent in that particular unit, from 2020 up to 2022, other than this high-profile case of Senzo Meyiwa, are there any high-profile matters that you have assisted with?
Yes, my Lord.
Yebo-ke kusuka ngayo 2020 kushaya 2022 akhona-ke namanye amacala-ke high profile esilekelele kuwona-ke.
Can you give me example of one of those profile matters?
The escorting of Radovan Kreitzer.
Escort noma-ke ukuphelezelwa kwakhe u-Radovan Kreitzer.
From which year to which year?
It was from when I started, from 2020, which I can recall, my Lord, but I know they were doing it prior to when I started on the unit.
Ngokuqala kwami-ke kuyona-ke i-unity ngo-2020 ngiyazi-ke nokuthi futhi-ke babekwenza lokho nangaphambi kokuthi ngiqaleke kuleyo unit.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Sonisi.
May I approach your case number?
Oh,
Thank you, my Lord, for your indulgence. Okay, the last question. In terms of jurisdiction, is your jurisdiction limited?
No, my Lord.
Asiphoqelekile ukuthi sisebenze nje endaweni ethize.
All right. The question about the disbanding of the unit. Do you know the reason why it was disbanded?
No, my lord.
Ukuthi ke kungani i-unit lena ke ingazange iqhubeke angisazi isizathu.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Mr.
Please, please the court, my lord, I've got no question for the witness.
Mr.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I have no questions to this witness.
Mr.
My lord, I have no questions for this witness.
Sorry, just one question. Do you know a constable or a sergeant called Ngenawe?
No, my lord.
Never heard of him.
No.
They said sometime he was stationed at Silverton police station. He assaulted accused number 1.
My lord, I'm from Ikuruleni, so I don't know many people from Pretoria.
Okay, just
Abantu basePretoria ke ngibazi mina ngisebenza ke ekololeni uncenawe lo mbuzo ngaye kuthiwa uyena washaya umsoko oqala angimazi.
Okay, thank you, sir. A surprise, Mr. Ramsey, please.
I've never heard of the name now.
Ask accused number 1. Go and ask him.
Namani.
I hear things when I'm seated here.
No, I do hear as well. But Namani is something new, my lord.
Yeah. But you can see it's not guesswork. Sir, Maloi, any other witness?
The court, please, my lord, the state calls the next witness, Brigadier Bongani Nicholas Gininda.
Brigadier Bongani Nicholas Gininda.
Yes, this witness is going to refer to a new exhibit. It's to be exhibit YY.
Exhibit YY?
Yes, we're giving copies to my colleagues this morning.
Okay.
It's witness number 78 on the list
Okay.
of witnesses, my lord.
Yes, sir.
My lord, the court will remember that from the inception of this trial, it was raised that there's going to be trial within a trial in respect of warning statements
Yeah.
in relation to accused 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
I hear the name of the Brigadier, that is Brigadier Gininda, being mentioned now. We were wondering, that is myself and my colleagues for accused number 3 and 5, whether Brigadier Gininda will be testifying about the issue of warning statements. We just need clarity from the state.
Indeed, my lord. I think I did. I thought I've apprised my colleagues of that fact. In fact, I think we did put it on record that Brigadier Gininda is going to testify about those warning statements. The voluntariness thereof.
My lord, the issue of warning statements is raising its ugly head again because it was raised initially by my colleague for accused number 3, Advocate Mnisi, about the status of the statement that were allegedly
Mr.
made.
Ngumalo, we have long traversed that bridge. You recall, you remember? I said I don't know what is contained in the warning statements. All I asked Mr. Baloi is, are you going to adduce those statements, warning statements in this trial? And then he said, yes, in the trial within a trial. Are these statements being disputed? Then he told me, all three of you counsels are disputing the admissibility of these statements. And then after that I said, if that is so, then I declare that that evidence should be canvassed in a trial within a trial. That's what Mr. Nisi calls a precursor. Okay, I made that ruling. Thank you, sir.
As it is the court, madam, we are not worried about the fact that the statement, the contestability of that statement should be an issue that should be determined in the trial within the trial. But our main concern is, as we are embarking in this trial within the trial to determine the admissibility of those statements, what is it that we are looking at? Whether those statements in the mind of the state constitute confessions, they constitute admissions, they constitute inculpatory statements, or what? That is what we're concerned with, because as of now, we are afraid that we are going to embark in this process. The witness will be called upon to testify. We are not in a position to drive our defenses specifically to the point that the state would want to bring to the court as to the nature of the statements or what the content of the statement is, as the state would want to bring them to the attention of the court. In as much as we want to move parallel with the state, but we should know exactly with precision what is it that the state would ultimately want this court to admit this statement for. Without that, my lord, I'm afraid we will be looking for a black cat in a dark room using some torches which do not have batteries, ultimately which black cat is not even there.
Mr. Bloy, able to respond?
As a court, please, my lord, at this point, the contents of the statements are not in issue. It's about the voluntariness of those statements. My learned friends are in possession of the statements, and they can make a call as to the contents of those statements. But if they want to hear it from the state, my lord, firstly, they denied that their clients made any statement, and secondly, they want to know what value the state attaches to those statements. If they want us to debate the statements at this point, my lord, the state will say some of those statements are admissions, some of them are exculpatory, but even though they're exculpatory, they're prejudicial to their clients. And the legal position is that if a statement, even if it's exculpatory, if it's prejudicial to the client, then a trial within a trial must be held. That is a position.
Yeah. You heard the answer, sir? Counsels, you heard the answer. Some are admissions, some are exculpatory, but they also have a modicum of prejudicial content, and that you are in any event in possession of those statements. Unlike this court, you are privileged because you are in possession of the statements, and when you read the statements as counsel, you are able to determine what the state intends doing with those statements. Okay.
As it is the court, my lord, I've got it that we'll be looking at admissions, exculpatory, but to some extent prejudicial to the accused. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Yes, Mr. Baroi.
As a concludes, the state then calls Brigadier Bongani Nicholas Bininda, witness number 78.
The full name, please. Bongani Nicholas Bininda, my lord.
Yes.
Objection, taking the oath?
No, I don't.
do you consider the oath binding on the conscience?
Yes, I do, my lord.
You then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God, my lord. This is one.
You have to sit down, sir.
Yeah, later, my lord.
Later. Oh, okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Malusi.
You are a brigadier in the service of the South African Police.
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke emaphoyiseni aseNingizimu Afrika ngiwu-brigadier.
How many years service do you have in the South African Police?
30 years, my lord, 30.
Neminyaka-ke ewu-30 ngisebenza-ke emaphoyiseni.
Is it correct that you are currently the commander or the head of the National Cold Case Unit?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso-ke nokuthi-ke ngiyikhomanda noma-ke ngiyinhloko noma-ke i-head yayo-ke i-unit ebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-National Cold Case.
Brigadier, can you briefly put your career history on record?
Yes, my lord. So I joined the police in 1994, my lord.
Emaphoyiseni-ke ngiqale ukusebenza-ke ngayo u-1994.
Where I went to do the basic police training.
Ngayokwenza-ke lokho abakubiza njengokuthi-ke i-training-ke yamaphoyisa i-basic police training.
Subsequent to that, then I went to do what they would call internal security training course.
Ngayokwenza-ke i-course abayibiza ngokuthi-ke i-internal security course.
Thereafter, I did a training in special weapons and explosives.
Emuva kwalokho ngase ngenza-ke i-course emayelana-ke nama special weapons nama-weapons-ke kanye nama-explosives.
Training in computer literacy.
Ngiqeqeshiwe-ke kweziphathelene-ke ne-computer.
Vehicle-related crimes and investigations.
Amacala-ke abizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-VIP kanye futhi nophenyo.
Investigation of case dockets as well as inquiry dockets.
Ukuphenywa-ke kwamacala-ke noma-ke amadokodo-ke amacala noma-ke ekusafanele kuthathwe iy'nqumo ngawo ama-inquiry.
And crime scene management, my lord.
Kanye futhi-ke nendlela-ke yokulawula-ke noma eyokuphatha-ke indawo la kwehle khona noma kwenzeke khona isigameko.
Yes, that's the summary of it, my lord.
Kafushane-ke yilokho.
And in which unit or units of the police did you work?
So the first one was a specialized unit, a uniform branch, my lord. That's the initial one after the basic training.
Emuva-ke kwe-training lena-ke kwaba eyoqala-ke ilena-ke i-unit le ebizwa ngokuthi-ke ile ye-uniform.
Thereafter, I went to join the Brigadier Vehicle Theft Unit.
Emuva kwalokho ngase ngiya-ke kwi-Brigadier Theft Vehicle Unit ebhekene nomtshotshwa-ke kwey'moto yase-Brixton.
I also worked with the anti-hijacking tax team. It was a division, detective division unit.
Ngase ngisebenza futhi nakuyona-ke i-anti-hijacking task team.
Is it possible just to give the years or more or less the years that you spent?
Of course, yes.
Is the uniform branch which years?
That will be, say, 1990. I beg your pardon, my lord. My training was 1993. I started with the uniform branch in 1994.
I-training yami yona-ke yayingo-1993. Lena-ke yona-ke ye-uniform yona ngiqale ukusebenza kuyona-ke i-unit ngo-1994.
Then in 2003, I joined the anti-hijacking tax team. That is the detective unit that was dealing with hijacking of vehicles.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngaye u-2003 ngase ngisebenza-ke kule unit-ke ebhekene nokuhijacka kwey'moto.
And that is why I started my investigations as well.
Ila engaqala khona-ke ngophenyo-ke nami.
Then in 2005, I was transferred to Brixton Vehicle Theft Unit under the detective section.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngayo 2005 ngase ngindluliselwa-ke kwi-unit-ke ye-detectives theft unit. So the Brixton Detective Theft Units.
And then 2006, I was moved, the very same year of 2005, I was moved to the DPCI Organized Crime in Johannesburg Stock Exchange.
Kwase kuthi-ke kwangaloyo nyaka lowo ku-2005 ngandluliselwa-ke kwi-DPCI unit eJohannesburg Stock Exchange.
Thereafter, my lord, I moved, I think in 2007 to what is called now Johannesburg Vehicle Theft Unit.
Kwase ukuthi ngo 2007 ngandlulisela ke la lokho sekubizwa ke namuhla nanjenge Johannesburg Theft Unit, yes.
2009, I was transferred, promoted to Vereeniging Vehicle Theft Unit.
Base kuthi ke ngo 2009 ngase ngitransferwa ke futhi ngiphushulwa ke nangesikhundla kwi Vereeniging Theft Unit.
Then 2011, I was transferred to the provincial detectives in Gauteng.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo 2011 ngandluliselwa ke kuba phenyi ke noma kuba seshi ke besifunda eGauteng
under the provincial tax team.
Sengaphansi kwayo ke i-task team yesifunda.
And then 2013, I was appointed as the head of the provincial taxi violence.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo u-2013 ngakhushulwa ke ngesikhundla ke ukuthi ngibe yena ke noma ngophethe ke noma inhloko ke yodlame ke olubhekene namatekisi.
2014, I was transferred to the national head office under the tax team, the office of the National Commissioner's Office.
Kwase kuthi ngo 2014 ngasuka ke kuyona ke i-head office kuyona ke ihhovisi lakhe u-commissioner.
2016, my lord, I was moved back to Gauteng, the provincial head office, provincial detective headquarters.
2016, okay. Kwase kuthi ngo 2016 ngabuyiselwa futhi ke kulona ke ihhovisi lesifunda ke.
And then just a minute, so 2016 Gauteng
provincial detectives.
Kuba seshi noma kuba phenyi ke besifunda.
2017, my lord, I was moved back to the national head office under the office of the National Commissioner as the head of the cold case unit. At that time, it was a tax team, sort of like a type of a pilot project at the time.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo 2017 ngabuyisela kulona ke ihhovisi lakhe ke ucommissioner ukuthi ke ngibe yiyona ke inhloko noma ke owengamela noma ophethe ke kuyona i-national cold case. Kwakusabhekwa ke ukuthi ke i-pilot project kusabhekwa ke ukusebenza kwayo ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Then in 2021, I was then appointed as the national head of the cold case unit, still under the same office, and that's why I'm still positioned, my lord.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo u2021 ngase ngibekwa ke nanjenge national head ke ophethe ke kuzwelonke kuyona ke national case cold case unit ngisekuyona ke noma ileso sikhundla ngisasibambile kuze kube manje.
Do you know the two previous state witnesses, Sergeant Mukhani and female Sergeant Mukhola?
That is correct, my lord. They work under my unit.
Ngiyabazi bobabili ke laba abachaziwe ke uSergeant Mukhane kanye ke nalo wesifazane ke uSergeant Mukhola basebenza ke ngaphansi kwayo iunity engiyiphethe.
And is it correct that you are the lead investigator in this matter?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke nokuthi ke imina ke umseshi ke ophambili ke noma oyinhloko kulona ke leqala.
Can you briefly deal with the mandate of the cold case unit?
Yes, my lord. So the mandate of the cold case unit is to look at all unresolved matters, or rather criminal cases that are brought to our attention.
Thina ke esikubhekileke noma ke okwethu ke ukuthi ke sibhekane ke nawo onke amacala angakatholakala isixazululo kuwona ke amacala ke obulelesi.
It basically entails, my lord, cases that have gone cold. In other words, they were not successfully brought to court for prosecution.
Lokho ke kusho ke noma ke kugxile kumacala ke okuvele nje ukuthi ke usungathi ke amacala nje aye abakhodi ke angakaze alethwe ke phambi kwezinkantolo ukuthi ke kuzoshushiswa.
That is the essence of the mandate, my lord. There could be various reasons as to why they've gone cold, but we have the general authority over that. Once the case has gone cold for various reasons, it then falls within our mandate once it's brought to our attention for further investigation.
Kungenzeka ukuthi ke izathu zingahluka ke ukuthi ke kungani ke icala lelo lingalethiwe ngaphambi kwenkantolo ukuthi lixazululeke noma kushushiswe ke, kodwa ke uma ngaba selifinyelela kuthina ke okwethu ukuthi ke sibhekeke noma siphenye ke ukuthi kungani.
And in terms of your jurisdiction, how far do you go?
Well, it's
In terms of jurisdiction?
Yeah, well, it's basically national, my lord, and in each and every country where we have mutual legal assistance relations. So it's national and international, insofar as those countries that can cooperate with us with investigations, my lord.
Thina ke bathi nje iningizimu Afrika ke yonkana nje iphela ke futhi ke namanye ke amazwe la khona ke okukhona ke ubudlelwana ke bokusebenzisana phakathi kwethu kanye nawo.
And just for record purposes, can you just give the particulars of the current case, the case number, and the person who's been involved, the deceased?
Yes, indeed, my lord. So the case number is under forced arrest 636 of 10/2014.
Icala leli ke imininingwane yalo ke forced arrest case 636 ka 10/2014.
It relates to the murder of Senzo Robert Meyiwa,
Mayelana ke nokubulawa kwakhe ke uSenzo Robert Meyiwa,
who was killed on the 26th of October 2014, my lord, in forced arrest.
owabulawa ke nge-26 zika October 2014 khona forced arrest.
Between the times of 20:30 hours to 2100 hours of the same day.
Isikhathi ke kwangathi ke ngesigamu ke noma ke ngo-20:30 ukuya ke na ke u-2000 ukuthi phakathi kwakhe ke u8:30 ebusuku no9 ebusuku.
When was your unit seized with this matter?
It was seized with this matter on the 18th of November 2018, my lord.
18.
Sorry, 1-2 November 2018. 12th November 2018.
Thina ke i-unit yethu ke ukuthi ke itshelwe noma ke inikezwe ukuthi ke isebenze ngaleli cala leli ke kwakunge-12 zika November 2018.
Surgeon Mukhola has referred to a matter, Tembisa Case 2173 of 2019. Are you familiar with that matter?
That is correct, my lord. It's a matter that relates to dealing in drugs, and the person involved there, it's accused number 1.
Can you just repeat the number 217?
Of
317.
Sorry? 217?
317.
Okay. Icala leli ke umshoshisi umbuza ngecala leli ke elu217 laseThembisa ngabe uyalazi yini? Yebo ke icala ke elimayelana nomakhathelene ke nokusetshenziswa noma ke ukushushumbiswa kwezidakamizwa futhi ke laseThembisa limayelana naye umsolo wokuqala.
Can you tell the court in your own words what happened further regarding this matter? Tembisa Case 217/3/2019.
So yes, my lord. So what I do know is that subsequent to the matter coming to our office, it was assigned to Sergeant Mukhola.
Okay. Engikwaziyo ke ngalolu daba lolu noma lecala leli ke lu2173 ka 2019 ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ke lize ehhovisi lethu ke kwakuyicala ke elalikuyena noma elanikwe ezandleni zakhe uSergeant Mukhola.
It fell within our mandate in that, my lord, it was not solved at the time.
La seliza kuthina ke ngokuthi ke la lingaxazululiwe ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Investigation was done, and subsequently a warrant of arrest was issued for accused number 1 insofar as that matter is concerned.
Kwenziwa ke uphenyo kwasekhishwa ke incwadi ke noma yona ke ekuyiyona ke ethi ke akuboshwe ke umsolo wokuqala noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi i-warrant of arrest.
Just a minute. You mentioned that it fell within your mandate as it was not resolved at the time. Can you perhaps maybe expand on that?
So
how did it form part of your unit's docket?
Yes. So as I indicated, my lord, all matters that have gone cold, in other words, unsolved within the police system, falls within the mandate of the cold case unit. So this was one of those cases at the time when we started to look at accused number 1 that was picked up. It was unresolved, and we then embarked on resolving it while we were pursuing him on the matter that is before court.
Nanjengoba bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi thina-ke sibhekeneke namacala ahamba lwase uphenyo manje lungasaqhubekeki, akukho nje okwenzekayo-ke ilokho kubizwa ukuthi-ke ama-cold cases. Manje-ke lase liza kuthina-ke lolu daba lolu-ke sase siluphenya-ke nkathi leyo esasibheke umsolo wokuqala simbhekele leli cala leli eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
You say it came to attention when you look at accused number 1. What process were engaged in at that point?
Yes. So at the time when accused number 1, my lord, became a person of interest on this matter, we did what we called a cold case analysis, and that is now the profiling of the accused, or rather the suspect at the time.
Okwenzeka-ke ukuthi ukuthe uma ngaba-ke manje umsolo wokuqala bese kuwumuntu manje-ke obhekiwe noma osibheke kuyona-ke noma abambiza ngokuthi-ke umuntu person of interest emaphoyiseni-ke sase-ke manje kubhekwa-ke umsolwa-ke ngoba wayesengumsolwa ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke kuyahlolwa-ke noma-ke kuya-analyzwa-ke.
Through the cold case analysis and profiling, this particular matter of Tembisa 217 was picked up amongst other cases in relation to accused number 1.
Kwathi-ke uma sisenza lokho-ke sisabheka-ke yena-ke manje sim-analyze-ke umsola wokuqala kwase kuvela-ke leli cala leli-ke elasethembisa.
And it was discovered that this Tembisa matter, my lord, and the others that we picked up were all cold for some reason.
Kwase kutholakala-ke ukuthi leli elasethembisa engikhuluma ngalo kanye namanye-ke nje amacala kwavele nje akwabi nalutho eyenzakalayo lokho akubiza ukuthi nje aba-cold.
Hence, they were then drawn, my lord, for further investigations, and that's how we came to the issue of the warrant, insofar as Tembisa matter is concerned.
Ingakho-ke kwase kudonswa manje-ke le warrant lena yokuthi-ke aboshwe-ke uma mayelana naleli cala leli lasethembisa.
And when was the matter assigned to Sergeant Mohola, this Tembisa case 2173 of 2019?
I think, my lord, it will be November of 2019. I just don't remember the date, but I know that it was signed around that period of 2019, and the arrest, insofar as that matter is concerned, took place on the 30th of June 2020. 2020, the arrest, yes.
Le cala leli ufisa ukwazi-ke umshushisi ukuthi landluliselanini-ke manje kuyena uSergeant Mohola ukuthi kube uyena-ke manje ophenya leli cala leli kwakungoNovember wakhe u-2019 ukuthi njena-ke i-date angisayikhumbuli-ke kodwa-ke ukuboshwa kwakhe-ke mayelana naleli cala leli-ke waboshwa ngeyi-30 zikaJune 2020.
Well, the date of arrest is already on record. Sergeant Mohola has referred to the date of 30 May 2020.
Yes, I beg your pardon, my lord. I think it might be my mistake. It is 30 May. That's correct, my lord. I think I made a mistake with 1 month, so it's 30 May. That's correct.
Cabanga ukuthi ngenze iphutha ngenyanga nje eyodwa-ke mina ngithe ngeyi-30 zikaJune umshushisi yamlungisake ukuthi uSergeant Mohola yena utheke ngeyi-30 zikaMay 2020. So uyavuma-ke ukuthi wenze iphutha.
Can you tell the court in your own words what happened on the day, the 30th of May 2020?
I was informed, my lord, by the sergeant that the accused number 1, at the time he was a suspect in that matter, was arrested. He was traced, found and arrested for the offense of drug dealing.
Ngatshelwa-ke uyena uSergeant ukuthi-ke balandelela-ke bamfuna-ke baze bamthola-ke umsolwa-ke mayelana nalelo cala lelo leyidakamizwa lasethembisa.
If you say the sergeant, who are you referring to?
Sergeant Mohola.
Ngatshelwa uyena uSergeant Mohola.
Yes.
I was further informed, my lord, that during the investigation, it was discovered that accused one was making some form of admissions in relation to this matter that is before court.
Ngase ngitshelwa ke ukuthi ngaso leso sikhathi leso ke manje umsolo wokuqala ke khona okuthize awayesekuvuma ke mayelana naleli icala eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
Yes. You earlier on referred to the fact that warrant was authorized. What was the position regarding this matter?
This matter was still under investigation, my lord. At
No,
the time
I'm talking
of the
about the
warrant.
Tembisa case.
So it was, the warrant was not executed at the time, on the 30th of May, 30 May 2020. Yes, no, that was the day the warrant was executed, my lord.
Ngalo ilanga langa i-30 zika May 2020 lona ke ilanga lelo ke i-warrant ke le eyayikhishiwe ke yokuboshwa kwakhe ke eyathi ke manje yabe iyasebenza ngalo.
Yes, in respect of which accused?
In respect of accused number 1, my lord.
Ngoba mayelana naye ke umsolo wokuqala.
And how did Sergeant Mufola contact you?
Telephonically, my lord.
Waxhumana nami ngocingo uSergeant Mufola.
Yes.
I was further informed, my lord, that they will be moving from Tembisa to Phosphorus for further investigation insofar as the investigation that they were conducting with accused number 1.
Ngase ngitshela nokuthi ke bazosuka ke eThembisa bahambe baye ePhosphorus mayelana nophenyo ke ababelenza naye umsolo wokuqala.
I then requested them, my lord, to meet me at Phosphorus police station with the accused.
Ngase ngibacela ke ukuthi bahlangane nami ke kanye naye noma ndawonye naye ke umsolo wokuqala khona epolice station yase Phosphorus.
Just a minute. Yes. And why particularly at Phosphorus police station?
Well, firstly, my lord, they were going to Phosphorus, so they gave me that information. Secondly, I thought it's a proper place to meet. It's a police station, so we wouldn't want to meet them anywhere else that is not safe and proper.
Kungani ke wawuthi ke noma ke wathi ke ahlangane epolice station yase Phosphorus okoqala ke babeya vele babeya ePhosphorus okwesibili ke kwakuyi police station ayikho ke enye indawo esasingahlangana kuyona ke ekahle nje na futhi ke nivikelekile.
Yes, we may continue.
So they arrived there, my lord. I think we would have met around 1900 hours of the very same day, 30 May 2020.
Base befika ke khona lapho ngicabanga ukuthi ke sahlangana ke libumbene lesikhombisa ihora ngalo lelo langa lelo.
We met at the police parking lot in front of the police station.
Sahlangana ke lapho makhona ke imoto ku parking ke ngaphambi kwayo police station.
Accused number 1 was introduced to me by Sergeant Mokola, who was in the company of Sergeant Mabena at the time standing next to her, sorry.
Wethulwa ke kumina yena ke umsolo wokuqala ethulwa uyena ke uSergeant Mokola owayimi eduze ke no Sergeant Mabena owayenaye ngalelo langa.
Just a minute. Yes.
I also recall, my lord, that Constable Butelezi of SWAT EMPD, I think there was a vehicle of SWAT, but I remember him. He was also within range. He was still not far from them as well.
Okunye ngikhumbulayo ke futhi ukuthi ke uButelezi ke oyena ke weSWAT wayekhona ke lapho kweEMPD wayengekho nje ekudeni ke engaqhelile nje lapho babekhona.
And whilst we're still on the topic of SWAT, what was SWAT's involvement regarding matters investigated by the court case unit?
They were providing escort and protection, my lord, and at times they will participate in the takedown operations, what we call takedowns, that will involve arrests. But their main function was to provide security and escort duties.
Iswathi ke okwabo noma owabo umsebenzi bakuphelezela ke kanye futhi ke nako ukuvikeleka babe kwakubakhona ke izehlakalo la khona ke lokho sikubiza ngokuthi ke i-takedown noma ke ukuboshwa la nabo ababe bayingxenye khona.
Yes.
After I was introduced to the accused, my lord, I also introduced myself to him by showing him my appointment card.
Emuva kokuthi sengethuliwe ke kuyena umsolwa ke nami ngazithula ke kuyena ke ngokuthi ngimtshengise ke ikhadi lami elikhombisayo ke ukuthi ke ngiyiphoyisa.
I then warned him according to his constitutional rights in terms of section 108 of 1996 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
Ngase ngimexwayisa ke ngawo ke amalungelo anawo ngokomthethosisekelo ke wala eNingizimu Afrika section 108 wakhe ke u1996.
No, sorry, Act 108 section 35. So it's Act 108 section 35, yes. So it's section 35, Act 108 of 1996 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
Ngenze nje iphutha ke uma ngichatha ke wona ke lomthetho lona ke ngoba ke ku Act 108 wakhe ke section 35 ka 1996.
Where was the accused at that point?
He was inside the vehicle, the police vehicle. It was a red Golf, my lord.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke wayengaphakathi ke kuyona imoto yamaphoyisa ekwakuyi Golf ebomvu noma eyayibomvu.
Who was using the vehicle on that day?
Sergeant Mukhola was, my lord.
Kwaku Sergeant Mukhola owayesebenzisa leyo moto ngalelo langa.
And in which language were you communicating with accused number one?
I was communicating with him in Zulu, my lord.
Ngangikhuluma naye ke ngesiZulu umsolo wokuqala.
And how proficient are you in this?
Well, very well, my lord. I actually did right from sub A to matric. My vernacular language was Zulu. My mom is also Zulu speaking, so I think I can speak Zulu as any Zulu person can do.
Izulu ngicabanga ukuthi ke ngisikhuluma nje nanjengaye wonke ke umuntu ke ongumZulu futhi ke ngisifundile ke isiZulu ukusuka ke kena ke usub A kuyofika ke ku-matric noma wami futhi uwumZulu.
Yes, we continue. What were the rights that you explained to accused number one?
Yes, so the first one, my lord, it was the right to remain silent.
Elokuqala ke kwakuyilungelo ke lokuthi ke ungathula ungasho lutho.
Right not to give self-incriminating evidence.
Ukuthi ke ungasho noma ungakhulumi into ezothi ke noma ke ezokufaka ke kubulelesi.
And that if you do, such can be used against him.
Nokuthi uma kuukuthi uyakwenza ke lokho ukuthi lokho ke kungasetshenziswa ngakuwena.
A right to an attorney.
Ilungelo lokuba nommeli.
And a right to have one provided at the state's expense for him if he so chooses.
Uma kuukuthi ke uyakhetha ke ukuthi ke umbuso ke ungamnikeza ummeli.
A right to be detained in conditions that are suitable with human conditions, because I knew my lord was already detained or rather arrested for the Tembisa matter.
Ngoba ke ngase ngazi ke ukuthi wayeseboshiwe ke eboshela lona ke icala lelo laseThembisa ke ngase ngimtshela ke noma ngimazisa ke ukuthi futhi unelungelo lokuthi ke avaleleke ngendlela ke ehambisana ke nokuthi ke umuntu abe aphatheke ngendlela ekuyiyona nefanelekile.
And a right to challenge the legality of his detention if he feels it's wrong, and to be released immediately if it is proven such.
Nokuthi futhi ke abe unelungelo ke lokuthi ke alwisane noma aphikisane ke nendlela ke aboshwe ngayo ke uma kuukuthi ke ucabanga ukuthi indlela aboshwe ngayo akusiyona ke nokuthi uma kutholakala ukuthi impela lokho kunjalo ke ukuthi adedelwe.
Yes, those are the rights that I gave him.
Ikona lawo amalungelo engamnikeza wona.
Yes, we continue.
I then, my lord, asked the members, Sergeant Mukhola and Sergeant Mabena, to excuse me as I wanted to interview accused one alone.
Ngase ngibacela-ke uSergeant Mkhula kanye naye-ke uSergeant Mabhena ukuthi-ke nje ake basinikeze-ke isikhathi-ke nanje uma ngangifisa ukuthi-ke benenhlolo khona noma ngikhulumisane naye umsolwa yingedwa.
My Lord, I told him that he should feel free to raise any complaint or anything that is concerning him. If he so chooses, if there is such, he should feel free to speak to me and bring it to my attention. His response was that there's nothing wrong with it.
Ngase ngimazisa ngimtshela-ke ukuthi nje akhululeke-ke uma kuwukuthi kukhona-ke angaphathekile kahle ikona-ke noma nje okwenziweke kena-ke asho akhulume kumina wase engazisa noma engitshela-ke ukuthi cha akukho nje okumkhalisayo.
I further informed him, my Lord, that my interview will relate to the killing of Senzo Meyiwa with him.
Ngamtshela futhi-ke noma ngamazisa-ke ukuthi-ke inhlolo khona engizoba naye kanye naye noma ukukhulumisana kwami naye-ke kumayelana nokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
I further, my Lord, established from him, rather ask him if he had taken any drug substance that day or medication, and the answer was no.
Ngambuza ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo wayesebenzise idakamizwa yini noma ke ikhona nje umuthi noma i-medication ayisebenzisa waphendula-ke wathi cha.
I further asked him if he had any liquid, if he has taken any liquor or intoxicating substance. My Lord, the answer was no.
Ngambuza-ke noma ukuthi utshwala-ke yini wabuthatha-ke ngalelo langa lelo noma yini nje engathi-ke ibe nokuphazamisa-ke okukhona-ke kena-ke emcabangweni noma-ke engqondweni yakhe waphendula wathi cha.
I further asked him, my Lord, if he was intimidated or threatened or unduly influenced to come and talk to me. The answer was no.
Ngase ngimbuza ukuthi wasatshiswa yini noma-ke mhlambi-ke waphoqwa yini-ke noma ngendlela nje engafanelekile noma engasiyona wathi mina-ke cha.
I then, my Lord, informed him of his right again in terms of the Section 35.
Ngaphinda futhi-ke ngamazisa-ke phansi kwakhe ku-Section 35 ngamalungelo akhe.
And then I put it to him that I have a reason at my disposal that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngase ngimazisa-ke ukuthi nganginesizathu-ke mina-ke nganginaso-ke ukuthi yena-ke wayenengxenye-ke ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Yes. My Lord, if I can just go back, I forgot something. So after I gave him his rights in terms of Section 35, I asked him, what is it that he wants to do? And the response is, insofar as those rights that I've given him, was that one, he does not want to speak, he does not need a lawyer, be it private or the state attorney. Secondly, and that he is comfortable to speak to me, so he does want to talk to me. He doesn't want to remain silent.
Ngifisa nje ukuthi-ke ngibuyele emuva khona nje engikhohliwe-ke kwathi emuva kokuthi sengimtshelile-ke noma ngimchazele ngamalungelo lana-ke ngase ngimbuza-ke ukuthi yini ofisa ukuthi uyenze wathi-ke kumina-ke asikho-ke isidingo noma akayimisele ukuthi-ke athole ummeli noma ummeli oyimele noma-ke owombuso nokuthi-ke futhi-ke akayimisele ukuthi athule angasho lutho uzokhuluma nami.
Furthermore, my Lord, during my interaction with him, I did not observe any sign of panic or uneasiness before we started with the discussion.
Futhi-ke ngaphambilini kokuthi siqaleke ngayo inkulumo akukho nje engakubona-ke ukuthi cha akahleke kuyena-ke noma nje isimo sakhe akekho kwisimo nje esikahle noma ukuthi-ke mhlawumbe ungasebenzisa lamagama-ke ukuthi uyaphenika akukho engakubona okunjalo.
Nor did he raise any complaint with me.
Noma-ke yena-ke asho kumina-ke ukuthi ikhona-ke inkinga ekhona noma anayo.
Brigadier, just for record purposes, can you just explain why did you have to explain his rights again?
My Lord, so I wanted him to understand because now I was moving. So the first part was just for him when I first arrived. It was just general caution of him knowing what his rights entails before he starts talking to us. It was before I told him the main reasons why I want to talk to him personally.
Okokuqaleni-ke uma ngimtshela-ke ngawo amalungelo akhe kwakuwukuthi nje-ke azi-ke ukuthi nje isexwayiso lesi-ke asitholayo-ke kumina-ke ukuthi kungani-ke kwakungaphambilini kokuthi ngimchazele-ke izizathu esona sizathu esasibangela ukuthi ngibe lapho.
Secondly, my lord, after my interaction with him in the car, I was satisfied that he doesn't look to be unduly influenced and he was not under any intoxicating substances, and therefore then I started to warn him again because then I was moving to the actual purpose of my visit.
Okwesibili-ke emuva kokuthi ngakhulumisana naye-ke noma ngaxoxa-ke naye emotweni ngase ngibona-ke ukuthi nje awukho umthelela ongafanelekile-ke noma ongadingekile okhona ngakuyena-ke nokuthi futhi-ke asikho-ke noma azikho-ke idakamizwa ayisebenzisile-ke ngalelanga ngase ngibona ukuthi manje-ke sengizondlulela kwesona sizathu noma kwisizathu-ke esabangela ukuthi ngibe lapho-ke-na-ke yingakho ngamxwayisa okwesibili futhi.
And furthermore, my lord, lastly, to establish as to what choices does he want to do, to take.
Futhi-ke nokwazi-ke ukuthi unquma ngaliphi noma-ke isiphi isinqumo asithathayo ukuthi uzokhetha ukwenzani.
Those were the reasons, my lord.
Kwakuyilezo izathu.
Please, my lord, this is almost at the end of the normal court sitting.
Wait, that's all.
Can we then adjourn this point until tomorrow?
Brigadier, are you available tomorrow?
I am available, my lord.
Mr. Minister, you want to say something?
Yes, maybe we should request that in the meantime, they should try to deal with these inhuman conditions in this court. They are very inhuman. We are unable to concentrate meaningfully. It's too hot.
You know the Minister of Electricity?
Yes. I do not know him.
He said there won't be any load shedding in December. So let's hope when December hits, the conditions will be human enough for us. Because the air conditionings will be working. But here the air conditioning is not working because there's no electricity.
Hopefully, my lord. But at this court, I think there's a backup.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
They haven't stolen the gasoline yet.
It's a 1,200 horsepower backup.
Is that so?
It can actually run the whole city. So I don't know why we are subjected to such inhuman conditions.
Can you talk to the court manager?
Yes, well, my lord, it feels like a sauna. It's very hot.
Yeah, now I can feel that heat. Okay, it's tomorrow then at 10 o'clock?
Sasa hotel.
Conditions very inhuman. More than those that other people are subjected to.